all right, perfect. Looking good. Welcome to the people that are in there. Say hi. It's good to see you guys. We already got 8 people in. That's cool. Just going to play a couple songs just to wait for a couple people to drop in. And we got a lot to cover today. I'm going to try and a little bit too much, to be honest. But yeah, we got lots to do. And I will be with you in about 10 minutes or so. Just going to play a little music first. And then we'll get the show on the road. This is Alla Pukacheva, Take Me With You. Songwriters actually from Lugansk. Which is one of the republics that broke away from Ukraine. And we'll have a couple other songs after that, and then we'll start up. So welcome, everybody, and we'll talk to you soon. Ooh, sorry, a bit loud.
Позови меня с собой, я приду сквозь злые ночи, я отправлюсь за тобой, чтобы путь мне не пророчил, я приду туда, где ты нарисуешь в небе солнце, где разбитые мечты обретают снова силу высоты. Сколько я искала тебя сквозь года, в толпе прохожих думала, ты будешь со мной навсегда, но ты уходишь, ты теперь в толпе не узнаешь меня, только как прежде любя, я отпускаю тебя. Позови меня с собой, я приду сквозь злые ночи, я отправлюсь за тобой, чтобы путь мне не пророчил, я приду туда, где ты нарисуешь в небе солнце, где разбитые мечты обретают снова силу высоты. Спящий город, я бегу из дома бессонного прочь, в тоску и холод, я ищу среди снов безликих тебя, но в двери нового дня я вновь иду без тебя. Позови меня с собой, я приду сквозь злые ночи, я отправлюсь за тобой, чтобы путь мне не пророчил, я приду туда, где ты нарисуешь в небе солнце, где разбитые мечты обретают снова силу высоты. Позови меня с собой, я приду сквозь злые ночи, я отправлюсь за тобой, чтобы путь мне не пророчил, я приду туда, где ты нарисуешь в небе солнце, где разбитые мечты обретают снова силу высоты. Позови меня с собой, я приду сквозь злые ночи, я отправлюсь за тобой, чтобы путь мне не пророчил, я приду туда, где ты нарисуешь в небе солнце, где разбитые мечты обретают снова силу высоты.
sieben, Alulu, 7, 7, 1, 2, 7, 7, Alulu, 1, 2, 3, 7, 7, Alulu, 7, 7, 1, 2, 7, 7, Alulu, no 1, 2, 3, tanzen! Ich liebe es! 7, 7, Alulu, 7, 7, 1, 2, 7, 7, Alulu, no 1, 2, 3, 7, 7, Alulu, 7, 7, 1, 2, 7, 7, Alulu, no 1, 2, 3, tanzen! Танцевать хорошо! Ну-ну-ну! Молодцы!
I want you see, I want you see, I want you see, I want you see,
I love you.
I want you see, Russia Dubai, I want you see, Russia Dubai, I want you see, Russia Dubai, I want you see.
Танцем!
I want you see, I want you see, I want you see, I want you see,
I love you.
I want you see, Russia Dubai, I want you see, Russia Dubai, I want you see, Russia Dubai, I want you see.
Танцем! Ручки, ручки! Ну-ну-ну! Хельсинки! Україна це круто! А Україна це кльово! Dancing hero! Окей, happy end.
Марія, 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 Марія. Алло, це я, солодка не твоя. Я шоколадка, що розтала на губах. Алло, алло, забуло, що було, і ти мені не набридай, і не дзвони, і не шукай. Промайнули 3 солодкі дні, радісно було, солодко було мені. 3 солодкі дні, запам'ятай, та мене не повертай. Промайнули 3 солодкі дні, радісно було, солодко було мені. 3 солодкі дні, запам'ятай, та мене не повертай. Алло, це ти? Прошу тебе, пусти. То не кохання, то фруктовий мармелад. Це я, Магабель, солодка карамель. Прошу тебе, не набридай, усе скінчилося, прощай. Промайнули 3 солодкі дні, радісно було, солодко було мені. 3 солодкі дні, запам'ятай, та мене не повертай. Промайнули 3 солодкі дні, радісно було,
right, guys, welcome to the show. It's good to see you. Got a lot of new people in the chat, I've noticed. I gave you all wrenches. As long as you can, be good about it. You can post your links and stuff like that if you have any information. I'll try and get to it as it comes. We do have a lot to cover today. I want to keep on up on chat a little bit more than I did last time, but I want to welcome everybody that's here. Let's see what we got here. Chris Jones, good to see you. Camo, great to see you. We had a good discussion there today, as in not trusting sources on any side, to be honest, but that is the basis of war. But anyways, I enjoyed that discussion. Thank you very much. Hellbender Club, good to see you. We got Rebecca in, nice. We have Huber2 is a new person in the channel, welcome. J-Dubs as well, good to see you as well. We have, sorry if I get this wrong, man, Kvadar, is that your name? The one with the Cyrillic name. Sorry if I got that way off. I don't speak Russian or Ukrainian, I just know a little bit of Cyrillic, so... let's see. Did I miss anybody? Daily Days. Good to see you as well. Based in Mahayipiled. yeah. That's the old Globo Homo anthem. Boggy Ray. Good to see you as well. As our dogs being burned or burning captured soldiers on crosses. Yes. Yeah, I've seen that. I can't show the footage, but now my understanding is that that's actually been a few years old now. But, I mean, nevertheless, it certainly happened from what I saw. Kadyrov. Sorry, man. Sorry about that. That's your name. Okay, cool. I'll try and remember it. Kadyrov. Let's see. They are using exactly same tactics as our sweet moderate child beheading rebels in Syria. Yes. Yeah, I've noticed that. Like the terrorist... terrorist tactics, right? Yeah, for sure. All right, guys, so we got a lot today. Let's start getting into it. First off, one thing in the covering the insanity that's going on, we have Mr. Yuri Gagarin. For those who don't know who that is, that was the first man in space. They have, at least at this, I believe it's called the Space Foundation Discovery Center, is now going to cancel Yuri Gagarin. As you can see here, let's see. In light of current world events, the 2022 Space Foundation Yuri's Night is renamed A Celebration of Space. Discover what's next. The focus of this fundraising event remains the same, to celebrate human achievements in space while inspiring the next generation to reach for the stars. Even though you're just going to forget the first one that did, right? That's what we're doing here. This is the level of depravity that these poor propagandists are doing. You can't even say Yuri Gagarin's name. I mean, the guy died in like the 60s, didn't he? Like in the late 60s, if I'm not mistaken. This was what Putin was 10 years old at that point. I don't know how old he is or whatever. But he certainly wasn't. They weren't involved with each other. All right, but apparently that's it. So I have the link there for you. This is archived. And you can check that out for yourself. Next up, we have, let's see. This is something that slipped under the cracks here. It was about last week that they did this. So CTV News, which is one of our propaganda stations in Canada. So they say CTV News Vancouver aired a story Tuesday that included an image of two female Ukrainian soldiers who were wearing an offensive symbol on their uniforms, which was regrettably not recognized before being broadcast. The image has been removed from our coverage. And people are like, well, what was the symbol? So I started looking through, and who did we find here? Is this it? No, there's another one of those. Yes. All right. So they show these girls, right? It's like these brave, stunning and brave women, fighting against the evil Russians, right? And little the guys have a black sun there. And how do you not know what this is, by the way? Like, haven't they been spending the past, 5 or 6 years foaming at the mouths over fascists and neo-Nazis and stuff like that, right? And they don't know what the black sun is. Like, aside from the actual swastika and the Schutzstaffel, those symbols, like, this is the most recognizable Nazi symbol you can think of, right? But they don't even want to cover that. They're just like, oh yeah, we were promoting these brave women, but apparently we couldn't figure that out. And another example of this happening, NATO did the same thing. All women and girls must live free and equal. The International Women's Day, we think, think of the remarkable women of Ukraine. Their strength, bravery, and resilience are symbolic of the spirit of their nation. And they show this lady. I don't know how big I can make this at the moment. Let me see. I don't know how good I can do that now. But anyways, on that, on her lapel there, or not her lapel, but on her chest, there's actually another Black Sun logo. So like these idiots who are claiming it, yeah, there you go. That's what it shows, right? These idiots have been fighting against Nazism, don't understand probably the third most recognizable symbol. I mean, this was in, I don't know if I got what I had pulled up here. This right here is the Black Sun. And it's in like Himmler's palace, the Wewelsburg mosaic. You know, like this is like Nazi symbolism 101. And these guys can't get it straight. They just can't get it straight. So that is our lovely propaganda here, who have no problem spouting out Nazi symbols because they don't understand anything about what they teach. They're low bit fake journalists, and yeah, this is the sign of the times that we're living in now. Good old stuff. But yeah, this was about, I don't know, a week ago, 10 days ago. It did slip under the radar, but it just goes to show the double think that goes on here. Like it's okay that our Nazis are fighting the evil Russians, right? But that's it. It's a sign of these times. Now, I got a question for you guys. I wanted to cover, there's two different things that I wanted to go off with. We have Mr. Schwarzenegger, who did a 9-minute speech to his dear Russian friends, right? And we also have the Congress where Zelensky, the cokehead of Kiev, spoke to the United States Congress, and you have Pelosi making a fool out of herself, as usual, of course. I don't know which one you wanted to see first, so actually I'm going to put up a little poll, maybe, and see what you guys think. Zelensky to Congress. Or the Schwartz. I totally spelled his name wrong, but I don't care. Zelensky. Schwartz. All right. So that poll should come up in a second there now. There you go. Let me know. And while we're at that, I'm just going to make sure I didn't miss anything in the chat because these are a little bit long. Nazi esoteric sign. Yes. Yeah. Black Sun wheel. It's a little bit ridiculous. These people are, you know, they pretend to be against Nazis, but now they're basically supporting them. You know, if people didn't call them out, they would have continued to do so because our chicks, you know, those brave women are fighting those evil Russian Nazis, even though they're wearing a Black Sun, right? I'm not saying that there's probably some nationalism that goes on with Russia as well, but I don't see any evidence of it just yet. You know what I mean? Where I do see it is in with so many different factions within Ukraine. Everybody's talking about Azov, right? The Azov battalion. But it's not just Azov. Okay, Azov is one of the places that were funded by Igor Kolomoisky. But then you have the Dnepros 1 and 2. You have Adar battalion, who also sport Nazi symbolism like crazy. Then you have the political faction, Svoboda, right, which is one of the more prominent political parties in Ukraine. Their actual name, right, before they changed it to Svoboda, and they still use this name, is the Socialist Nationalist Party. Right, it's like the literal NSDAP, right? They might as well call them the Ukrainian National Socialist Workers Party. Is basically what they are, right? And then you have Right Sector. There's a whole bunch of other ones as well, right? You have the Banderites, Stefan Bandera, right? It's ridiculous how much you see this, and it is Jesuit symbolism when it all comes down to it. Yeah, one could say that. I know that the Black Sun and like the swastika, that stems back to Helena Blavatsky, who, by the way, is from the Ukraine. She was born in the Ukraine. And that got picked up. She picked that up somewhere in, I think it was Tibet, brought it back, and they mixed that with like the runes, the old Nordic runes, right? And that's how we get these symbols in the Nazi Party, right? But yeah, a lot of these symbols came from a Ukrainian. So it could be, you could call it like the birthplace of modern day Nazism, or I guess I don't know if you can call the 1940s or 1930s modern day, but close enough, you know. Arnold makes me sick. Let's see. Screw Arnold. Fiddlesticks, good to have you, man. Did I give you a wrench yet? All right, so you got a wrench now, so if you want to pass on any links, you're more than welcome to do so. All right, we're getting 60% Schwartz, so we'll start with him. I'll get that out of your way. Let's see, in that poll. And guys, before we start, if you can do me a favor, hit the like button just so that this kind of bumps up the algorithms a little bit. YouTube definitely bumped me down on that last video showing the green screen. I noticed that 200 views got smoked off the view count, so they're definitely messing with me. Another video that I exposed, the Odessa massacre, they immediately age restricted that. So they're watching me a little bit. So every little bit helps. If you can press the like button, I'd really appreciate it. All right. Let's get into it, Mr. Schwarzenegger, and see what he has to say. I think I've watched the most of it anyway, so I got a little bit tiring to watch, so I figured I'd wait for the rest when we came on this show. So let's start it up. Man, he's not looking good, is he? How old is he, anyways? He's probably in his 70s or something at this point, isn't he?
Russian friends and the Russian soldiers serving in Ukraine. I'm speaking to you today because there are things that are going on in the world that are being kept from you, terrible things that you should know about. But before I talk about the harsh realities, let me just tell you about the Russian who became my hero. In 1961, when I was 14 years old, a very good friend of mine invited me to come to Vienna and to watch the World Weightlifting Championships. I was in the audience when Yuri Petrovich Vlasov won the World Championship title, becoming the first human being to lift 200 kilograms over his head.
This is already cringe as heck. Why can't these guys speak in anything besides allegories and just alluding to just stupid testimonies that mean nothing to anything at this point? Like, really? You know what I mean? Why can't these guys appeal to any, like, facts or anything? It always has to be to emotions or just some stupid, irrelevant story. Why does it have to be this way every time?
Somehow a friend of mine got me backstage. All of a sudden, there I was, a 14-year-old boy, standing in front of the strongest man in the world. I couldn't believe it. He reached out to shake my hand. I mean, I still had a boy's hand. He had this powerful man's hand that swallowed mine. But he was kind, and he smiled at me. I would never forget that day. Never. I went home and I put his photo above my bed to inspire me when I started lifting weights. My father told me to take down that picture and to find a German or an Austrian hero. He got really angry and we argued back and forth. He didn't like Russians because of his experience in the Second World War. You see, he was injured at Leningrad, where the Nazi army that he was part of did vicious harm to the great...
What? Okay. So, the Nazi... All right. He was part of the Nazi party. That's interesting. That's interesting. You know what I kind of find funny about this? Like, they have, like, Russian subtitles, but because his English sucks so much, they also have to put in English subtitles. Like, this guy was a governor of California. You got to put up subtitles to understand what this guy's saying. He's probably reading off a script anyways.
Great city and to its brave people. But I did not take the photograph down, no, because it didn't matter to me what flag Yuri Vlasov carried. My connections to Russia didn't stop there, by the way. Oh, it actually deepened when I traveled there with bodybuilding and for my movies and met all my Russian fans. And on one of those trips, I remember, I met Yuri Vlasov once again. It was in Moscow during the filming of Red Heat, which was the first American movie allowed to film in Red Square. Now, he and I spent the whole day together. He was so thoughtful, so kind, and so smart, and, of course, very giving. He gave me this beautiful blue coffee cup. And
amazing. So when you were going over there filming your CIA propaganda, your anti-Russian propaganda back then, and now it all comes full circle, and you get to show that cup as you film your anti-Russian propaganda, pretending to be friends of Russians. Okay, all right, great story, man. Does it come in men's or with your little teacup?
ever since then, I've been drinking my coffee out of every morning. Now, the reason why I'm telling you all of those things is that ever since I was 14 years old, I've had nothing but affections and respect for the people of Russia. The strength and the heart of the Russian people have always inspired me. And that is why I hope that you will let me tell you the truth about the war in Ukraine and what is happening there. No one likes...
Oh, he's going to teach us what's really happening in Ukraine, because, you know, Russians can't think for themselves, right? They can't look at the information and come to an informed judgment, right? Of course, yeah, we need the Schwartz. He's going to pump us up with the knowledge.
To hear something critical of the government, I understand that. But as a longtime friend of the Russian people, I hope that you will hear what I have to say. And may I remind you that I speak with the same heartfelt concern as I spoke to the American people when there was an attempted insurrection on January 6th last year.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Attempted insurrection in January 6th. Look at this. And let's compare that to Euromaidan, all right? When you have the actual CIA color revolution coup, right, that took over a democratically elected government in Ukraine that was just a little bit too pro-Russian for the CIA glowies and Victoria Nuland and all these people, John McCain, right? So they fund a revolution to take place in Kiev, right? That's an actual insurrection, what happened over there, right? This right here, oh, please, give me a break.
When a wild crowd was storming the U.S. Capitol, trying to overthrow our government. You see, there are moments like this that are so wrong, and then we have to speak up. And this is exactly the same with your government. I know that your government has told you that this is a war to denazify Ukraine.
Oh, where's he going with this one? Where's he going with this? But once again, he just glosses over Euromaidan, right? What happened in Ukraine in 2014, right? Totally forget about that. Jan 6 is far more pertinent to what's going on, of course, right? He's going to enlighten us.
Denazify Ukraine? This is not true. Ukraine is a country with a Jewish president, I might add, whose father's 3 brothers were all murdered by the Nazis.
Amazing. Amazing. All right, so let's just forget about Azov. Let's forget about the Adar battalion. Let's forget about the 2 Dnipro battalions. Let's forget about Svoboda, right sector. I forget the list, the total list of all of them. But let's forget about all of that because there's a Jewish president. All right, so just think about it. If let's say that you're a country, right? You're trying to join NATO or EU or whatever, but you got a Nazi problem, right? What would be the best thing to do? Throw in a puppet who's Jewish, right? You throw in the puppet with Jewish, then you can just say, oh, Nazi problem? That's crazy. What are you talking about? Never mind that, you know, there's a whole bunch of our own sources. For example, like I just have these queued up. We're not going to watch it. But we have the BBC Newsnight in 2014, Neo-Nazi Threat in New Ukraine, Newsnight. I just covered the one where Radio Free Europe, which is a CIA glow-op. They actually talk about it as well. There's so many different places that do so, right? Let's see. And another thing, too. What does it matter? Like, if you look into, let's see. Here we go. This is on the Azov Battalion. This is WION. Not a huge fan of them, but they're okay. You know, they're from India or whatever. But as you can see here, fundings. The unit received backings from Ukraine's interior minister in 2014. And just so you know, I mean, like they're showing like you got the eagle here, you have the wolf's angle in the back there. Yeah, right there. It's a runic symbol. Or a play off a runic symbol from Nazi Germany, right? Let's go back to the fundings again. Sorry. Kolomoisky. All right. As the government had recognized its own military was too weak to fight off the pro-Russian separatists and relied on military volunteer forces. These forces were privately funded by oligarchs, the most known being Igor Kolomoisky, an energy magnate billionaire and then governor of the Dnepropetrovska region. For those that don't know yet, Igor Kolomoisky is Jewish. Right? He has homes in Switzerland. He also has one in Israel. Okay? He is a Jewish Ukrainian. And he's funding the Nazis. That's the thing, you see? Because if you think in only black and white, like Mr. Bloated Face here, right? The Schwartz, right? You're just saying, oh, they can't be Nazis because there's a Jewish president. No, we have those Nazis that have been funded and radicalized by Jewish people. This is not the first time either, right? You can take a look into Israel has been funding these groups for years, and it gives them the perfect example to point and say there's so much anti-Semitism in the world, right? There's the things are not as black and white as you want to make it out to be. All right, just because there's a Jew involved doesn't mean that there aren't Nazis involved. All right, these people are being played against each other, right? And they're being radicalized for a purpose. And they don't these oligarchs, they're essentially more or less untouchable. They don't care if they're Nazis, right? Because they still serve the purpose that they want them to. Right? They just play off the natural feelings of the people there. And if that's communist, so be it. If that's fascist, so be it. If it's Nazi, so be it. Right? To just completely brush aside just because there's a Jewish president doesn't mean that there isn't a massive, widespread Nazi problem throughout Ukraine. We can get a little bit further into this at another time, but I just wanted to make that point. This is the most prevalent argument I've seen so far when people bring up the Nazi problem in Ukraine, right? They say, "Oh, it's a Jewish president." Oh, yeah, okay, all right. Well, anyways, that's been completely debunked. So, anyways, let's move on.
You see, Ukraine did not start this war. Neither did nationalists or Nazis. Those in
Yeah, they did, actually. They did. The Euromaidan movement, which you seem to conveniently not talk about, it was pushed mostly, the strong arm of that movement were Nazis, all right? They were nationalists, and they were Nazi, all right? It doesn't matter if there's a Jew involved or not. That ideology fueled the violent part of that revolution. And there's no two ways about it. Just because you forget it, even though it's been covered for years on our own media, on Russian media, neutral media, it doesn't matter. We can see it over time and time again that the people who were backing the strong arm of that color revolution, yeah, they were Nazis, they were nationalists, and these are the same people that Stefan Bandera, if you look into him, they make him a hero of the country. I forget what the actual title is, but they give him like the hero of the country, and he was a Nazi. Right? So just this black and white minutiae thinking is, well, it goes part and parcel with washed up actors from Hollywood, of course.
Power in the Kremlin started this war. This is not the Russian people's war. No. As a matter of fact, let me tell you, what you should know is that 141 nations at the UN voted that Russia was the aggressor.
It's an appeal to a popularity fallacy, is what that is. When you have, when Globo Homo votes against it, it must be true, right? Yeah, okay. Just like, we're all in this together, right, for the koof, how could they all be wrong, right? Well, you are, because you ignore the facts.
And called for it to remove its troops immediately. Only 4 countries in the entire world voted with Russia. That is a fact. See, the world has turned against Russia because of its actions in Ukraine. Whole city blocks have been flattened by Russian artillery and bombs, including a children's hospital and a maternity hospital.
Yeah. And, were they maybe taking shelter, those the Ukrainian forces in these places and shooting from these places? Did they have artillery nearby? And then when that place gets hit as collateral damage, is that what's going on there? Or where do you get your sources from? The Ukrainian Interior Ministry, right? And we believe them just cause, right? Right? Because they're of course the good guys and certainly not Nazis, right? Totally.
3 million Ukrainian refugees, mainly women, children, and elderly.
Yeah, because you are forcing the men to stay. and you're pushing all these people out, and God only knows what's happened to these people with the amount of human trafficking that is so prevalent in Ukraine before this in the first place. I wonder how much of that is going on now in Ukraine. How many of these ones are going to be working out as sex slaves? I wonder, regardless of age.
Country. And many more are trying to seek to get out. It is a humanitarian crisis. Because of its brutality, Russia is now isolated from the society of nations. You're also not being told the truth about the consequences of this war on Russia itself. I regret to tell you that thousands of Russian soldiers that have been killed. They have been caught between Ukrainians fighting for their homeland and the Russian leadership fighting for conquest.
Is it conquest, though? Is it conquest, or are we just going to believe whatever you tell us, right? And it's certainly, I mean, you never brought up anything about Donbass, right? Not like the ethnic cleansing that's going on there. The Russian speakers who had their language removed as an official language of Ukraine, right? The ones that are, you know, basically they've been terrorized by battalions such as Azov that has been trained by the CIA, by Western forces. My country specifically as well, been helping train these people, right, that are doing an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign that has killed thousands of civilians in Donbass, right, and forcing out for the past 8 years, I think it's something like 750,000 people have moved from the Donetsk and Lugansk regions to Russia, right, because they're being terrorized in these areas as they're being forced out by the Ukrainians so that they can take advantage of the abundant resources there and just ignore all the Russian-speaking and ethnic Russians that are there, right? Are you sure this is about conquest? But we won't talk about Donetsk or Lugansk or Crimea or Odessa massacre. We won't talk about any of that. This must just be crazy Putin and conquest, right?
Massive amounts of Russian equipment have been destroyed or abandoned. The destruction that Russian bombs are raining down upon innocent civilians has so outraged the world that the strongest global economic sanctions ever taken have been imposed on your country. Those who don't deserve it on both sides of the war will suffer. The Russian government has lied not only to the citizens, but to its soldiers.
Source, the ghost of Kiev.
Some of the soldiers were told they were going to fight Nazis. Some were told that the Ukrainian people would greet them like heroes. And some were told that they were simply going on exercise. They didn't even know that they were going into war. And some were told that they were there to protect ethnic Russians in Ukraine. None of this is true.
Why? Because you say so? Again, no mention of Donetsk. No mention of Lugansk. You just say it's not true. It's not true because some wash up in Hollywood tells us. Going to fight Nazis. What's a good example of this? Georgian Legion. Have you taken this out yet? Let's see. All right, so the Georgian National Legion. Remember the guy that was just talking about leaving Ukraine after the base got bombed? He said he was part of the Georgian National Legion, and they even mentioned this guy, Mamuka Mamulashvili. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. But anyways, what's the name? What does that base itself off? Country, Ukraine? Right, let's go to the Georgian Legion over here. Oh, okay. All right, Georgian Legion, which is what it's named after. You can see the actual. You can see how it's kind of based off the same thing, the same symbol, right? Let's go there. A World War II unit, a military formation of Nazi Germany during World War II, composed of ethnic Georgians. That's the Georgian Legion. That people, all of these Redditors are joining. Yeah, they're joining the Georgian Legion. Which is it was branched off of the Wehrmacht, right, from Nazi Germany. Yeah, you are going there and fighting Nazis, actual Nazis. Yeah. That's it's pretty commonly known, but you won't mention that, will you?
The fact is that Russian soldiers have faced fierce resistance from the Ukrainians who want to protect their families and their country. when I see babies being pulled out of ruins, I think that I'm watching a documentary about the horrors of the Second World War, not the news of the day. And let me tell you, when my father arrived in Leningrad, he was
Your Nazi father, as you said.
so pumped up on the lies of his government. And when he left Leningrad, he was broken, physically and mentally. He lived the rest of his life in pain. Pain from a broken back, pain from the shrapnel that always reminded him of these terrible years, and pain from the guilt that he felt. To the Russian soldiers listening to this broadcast, you already know much of the truth that I've been speaking. You have seen it with your own eyes. I don't want you to be broken like my father. This is not the war to defend Russia that your grandfathers or your great-grandfathers fought. This is an illegal war. Your lives, your limbs, your futures are being sacrificed for a senseless war condemned by the entire world. Now, to those in power in the Kremlin, let me just ask you, why would you sacrifice those young men for your own ambitions? To the soldiers who are listening to this, remember that 11 million Russians have family connections to Ukraine. So every bullet you shoot,
Yeah, they did. They did. Until 2014, when you guys lost your minds, the Kievans lost their minds in Ukraine and started treating Russians like second-class citizens. And I'm sure it goes beyond, or it goes a little bit further back than that, but they were much closer than what they are now. Ever since Ukraine gained independence, there has been a clause in their constitution that all citizens there were soldiers, would be classified as soldiers. And in the event that they go against Russia, they would be called to arms, right? It's been embedded in the very essence of their constitution since they've been independent. This has been a well thought out plan over the past 30-something years, 31 years, I think. I think it was 91 that they gained their independence. That they would become, slowly but surely, anti-Russia, right? And then finally when people started to push back in Odessa, in the Donbass, in Crimea, all of these areas, right? That's when you started treating them like quote-unquote separatist scum, right? You guys used to be united, right? But you bought in to the Western propaganda, the German NATO EU propaganda, right? And you bought into this Nazi nationalism garbage, just like Arnold's grandfather. Father. My bad. It's closer than I thought.
shoot a brother or a sister. Every bomb or every shell that falls is falling not on an enemy, but on a school or a hospital or a home. I know that the Russian people are not aware of such things are happening.
Just the total irony. He's probably unaware of what was happening since 2014. He's probably too stupid to know the difference, right? And then he accuses the Russians of being ignorant. Like, just the incredible irony of this is just unbelievable. What a friggin' wash-up.
So I urge the Russian people and the Russian soldiers in Ukraine to understand the propaganda and the disinformation that you're being told. I ask you to help me spread the truth. Let your fellow Russians know the human catastrophe that is happening in Ukraine. And to President Putin, I say, you started this war. You're leading this war.
So fuck your freedom. Excuse my language. I'm just quoting him. This is what he said about people getting the job. Fuck your freedoms.
You can stop this war. Now, let me close with a message to all of the Russians who have been protesting on the streets against the invasion of Ukraine. The world has seen your bravery. We know that you have suffered the consequences of your courage. You have been arrested, you have been jailed, and you have been beaten. You are my new heroes.
Yeah, there's the most that I've seen were like a couple hundred in St. Petersburg. That was probably based on a spy network, a CIA glow-up, right? Like they like to do, like they did in Euromaidan, right? You don't think that they were doing the same thing in Russia? They've been working on that, and they all activated once this started. And I haven't seen, aside from those couple hundred people, which was they just glanced over. Where are we at? 58. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah. This is the best they got. This is the best they got.
All of the Russians who have been
Look at that. There's
protesting on the streets.
couple hundred
against the
people.
invasion of
That's the best you got in a city of millions, St. Petersburg, right? That's what you got. Okay. All right. Yeah. Everybody's against Russia, including Russia, because these nitwits that are probably no more than about 25, right? 25 years old, I mean, right? They've all been rustled up to go protest their country and get their butts kicked by their government for being useful idiots by CIA glow ops, right?
Ukraine. The world has seen your bravery. You have been arrested, you have been jailed, and you've been beaten.
That's the best you got?
You are my new heroes. You have the strength of Yuri Petrovich Vlasov. You have the true heart of Russia.
Yeah, they should all just...
Russian friends, may God bless you all.
From devout Christian Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, okay. All right, so that's that. What do you guys think of that? Let me know. Welcome to the guys going in milquetoast liberals. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got here. Camo says, dude, it's freaking unreal how much you sound like Jeff C, man. This is creeping me out. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you followed back in like 2014, 2015. I did a lot of work with him, actually. I you know, like we had a bit of a falling out, but at the same time, I learned a lot from him to question basically the liars that are in our government. I didn't realize to what extent they were lying to us and propagandizing us. But yeah, I definitely looked up to him, so for sure. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh, wow, you guys are... going at it already. Let's see. I was showing Lancaster's channel the other day. Oh yeah, what's his first name again? Yeah, he's a great channel, actually. Good coverage of the reality. I mean, like, he does like lean towards Russia or whatever, but I mean, he lives in Donetsk, so. But yeah, he's done a really good job at covering things. And he shows footage that you're not getting on MSM. They're certainly not showing you the horrors that have been in Donetsk, and he's been doing it for years too. He's got I think it's Patrick Lancaster. I think that's his name. If you wouldn't mind, Fiddlesticks, you can post the link to his channel there. I don't mind that at all. Arnold Schwarzenegger's father was the German Nazi Gustav Schwarzenegger, nicknamed the Terminator. How about that? He was nicknamed the Terminator, and so I guess that's where he got his name there, right? And I wonder how many Operation Paperclip dudes were in the creation of that movie series. I wonder. Arnold has been in his ivory tower for way too long. Remember the end of Conan? He sits all alone on the throne. That's a great comment, Watchman. Great comment. Democracy Now! Has some good old videos. You know, they do. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I know Democracy Now! Is Soros funded. But as they were trying to undermine the patriotism in America, they actually exposed a lot of good stuff. It's sad what happened to all of these places, but I mean, it was written in stone what was going to happen, you know. Paul Bagley is supposed to be Christian. He just wants to sell you tickets to the carnage. Corruption at all levels. What was his call phrases? Are you serious? Are you serious? Yeah, that guy is part of the New Apostolic Reformation, which, if you look into that, I mean, that's Knights of Malta and Jesuit crap all throughout that, right? That is specifically meant to corrupt the Protestant Christianity in America and in other places as well. They're pretty big in Scandinavia, in Australia, Canada, all of these places. That's what they're here for. Lara Logan interview is fire. It is. There was a lot of great stuff. We could actually maybe cover that later on because it just kind of keeps slipping my mind. Sawyer, if you got the link to that, please drop it for the people. And they can watch that either later or whatever. And yeah, we'll probably cover that later because now one thing I noticed is that she's being smeared now because she mentioned the occult all the time in that. And I think she probably could have mentioned the fact that it's just Nazi symbolism as opposed to the occult, because it kind of comes off as like a little bit schizo to people that aren't, you know, in that, you know, to those that she's not preaching to the choir. It does seem a little bit like a limited hangout. But that doesn't mean that the stuff that she's saying wasn't great. I gotta say, I was really impressed by what she said there. And yeah, maybe we can cover that later. Azov Battalion, not neo-Nazis, but actually Nazis left over from World War II. Yeah, they were definitely stirred up from that Nazi sentiment from the World War. Yeah, for sure. And it's not, again, we seem to be over-focusing on Azov. It's not just Azov, right? It's embedded in with political groups there, and other battalions as well. I have if you want to look up the video for the Adar battalion that had their concentration camp just outside of Lugansk. Yeah, it's out of control in Ukraine, and it's been used against them. These nationalist sentiments has been stirred up immediately by a bunch of Jewish guys, actually. So, just, I mean, as ironic as you want to call that, it doesn't mean that they're not Nazis. Just because there's a Jewish president, like he's saying. Like, just these arguments are so facile. All right, let's see. I wonder if the neo-Nazis shave their eyebrows. I don't know. Well, they probably will soon if they keep drifting towards NATO and EU. The UN strong cities are being set up in the USA to train refugees and immigrants to take out right-wing extremism, so they're radicalizing and then going to take them out. Yes. And there's a connection, too, between the right-wing extremists and groups like the Azov Battalion. We can probably get into that after the Congress thing, too. I got some links about that as well. You might be a little surprised at what's going on between the links of Ukraine and the right wing. You guys remember Charlottesville, right? And what happened there? There seems to be some pretty strong ties. So we'll get into that now in a little bit. The Watchman says, Jeremiah 51:2, fiddlesticks in these new formers won't care about Americans and their rights. Oh yeah, and that's one of the reasons why they're flooding in foreigners. One of them, anyways. I think a lot of it has to do with economic, like we're tapped out debt-wise, right? But another thing is that we are too accustomed to liberty, whereas the people that are watching, or the people that are coming in, they're used to totalitarian governments. So as we become more totalitarian and more authoritarian, right, these people are going to be a lot more used to it and say this is fine. Right? They're much more willing to accept it because at least it's not Iraq or Syria or wherever else that they're coming from, you know? Yeah. Can't call them civilians if they're armed with AK-74s. Just saying, yeah, they've all been armed. And for those, it's not just civilians, but criminals have been released from jails in the Ukraine, given guns, and then they're sent out to go fight the Russians and the other forces as they come in, right? Sawyer says Ukraine is money laundering hub for the deep state. Yeah, and these things, again, none of this or anything close to it was mentioned by Mr. Schwarzenegger, who's going to tell you the truth, right? He's going to tell all the Russians the truth about what's going on in Ukraine. I wonder how patronized Russians actually feel about that. Maybe some of like the most demoralized people in Russia might believe a little bit of that, but that's about it. I think most people are a little bit more aware of what's going on in global homo land in Russia. Yeah, so I feel about that. Let's see. Normie narrative. Evil Putin is here to rebuild the Russian Empire, and we're next just because. That's the current narrative here in the UK. Yeah, he's not going to stop at Ukraine. He's going to come to all the other countries. Yeah. I was debating somebody on Team Global Homo there a few days ago, and that's what they were basically saying to me, like he's not going to stop there and stuff like that. All right, all the while Arnold will drain your tax money to pay for all the refugees, yeah, and force you to get the jab because F your freedom. Let's see. My buddy and Baylor Ruth sent me a video of 3 Americans getting shot dead for refusing to deploy to the front lines, one of which was wearing one of the thin blue line American flag t-shirt shirts. And this was in Ukraine? That's what you're talking about there, Sawyer? Interesting. Do you got if you could post that video, or you can send me an email. It's I can give you an email right now, Brian, just 391. If you have information to send, you can always send it here. All right. Autocorrect, Belarus, not Belarus. Oh, my buddy in Belarus sent me a video. Okay. Oh, your buddy in Belarus. Okay. All right. Yeah, let me know, man. Operation Paperclip didn't only happen in the USA. Russia imported thousands of Nazis as well. Yes, yeah, and they all I think specifically rockets. They really wanted the rockets as well. A lot of them went into NASA and USA, but then you had the ones that were creating the Soyuz rockets and stuff like that in Russia, and many other things. I know that MK Ultra, at least its face value reason for being, was that they knew that they had taken German psychological experiments and started refining those in Russia as well. So I can only imagine, you had the double-headed eagle going both ways, for sure. Tell me you don't know who he is, and I will STF you talking about Jeff C. No, man, I know all about him. I worked with him. If you go far enough back on my channel, you see me talk about him a good bit, actually. I think he was a troubled soul, but I think he was the real deal. I think he was sick of the lies that were being told on TV. He had some military experience, so I do wonder if he was being, if he was psychologically profiled and pushed to maybe radicalize people. I have thought about that, but I think he was a genuine person that was trying to expose the problems going on in this world, regardless of what personal problems he had. I was really sad to see him go last year, and that's actually what brought me back to YouTube. But yeah, we can talk about that later, man. I got a lot of stories about him. He taught me a lot. I found him during the Sandy Hook days. All right. The guilt that he felt, but he was furious about him having a Russian's photo on his wall. Okay, Arnie. Yeah. This double think. This ridiculous double think from Arnold is just unbelievable. Fiddlestick says Ukraine on Fire is a great documentary about Operation Paperclip. That is a great. I don't know, guys, if you haven't seen this yet. I've shilled it before. I'll shill it again before we get to the next thing. Ukraine on Fire is one. Okay, so you have this here. Ukraine on Fire. It's Oliver Stone that produced this, I believe. And they took that from YouTube recently, right? And it recently got back up. I guess they have a pretty decent legal team, so they were able to restore it. But you see Netflix here comes out with something, Winter on Fire, Ukraine's Fight for Freedom, and it is a total emotional appeal, just like Arnie. No talk about Donbass, no talk about Crimea or anything useful about Crimea. It's a total emotional appeal. You can see it from the front. The front page is just all you need to know by just looking at it. It's total Netflix garbage, right? And you can see it's conveniently named just like Ukraine on Fire, Winter on Fire, Ukraine's Fight for Freedom. So there's that, Ukraine on Fire, but there's also, if you haven't seen this yet, there is a second part to this, Revealing Ukraine, I think. Yes. Okay, and this came out 10 days ago. Just real quick, if for nothing else, to see Oksana Medvedev is worth it.
Yeah.
Have you seen this chick? All right, I'm not trying to lust here or anything like that, but this is not a bad looking woman. Let's put it this way, okay? Look,
Oh, your English is very
worth
good.
it alone. Just to check that, yeah. But this is very well done. This is a follow-up to that documentary, Ukraine on Fire. It's not just for her. This is one of the governors, I think. I forget his first name. Medvedev is his last name. And they get into a lot of different stuff as well in it, but it is a follow-up on the Ukraine on Fire documentary. So both of those I highly recommend you check it out. Ukraine on Fire and Revealing Ukraine. Let's see. Let's see what else we got. I've lost respect for all entertainers over the last couple of years, Deadhouse says. They've always been this bad, but they've never been this see-through. I think what really started to show it, you remember the COVID Imagine video? You remember that? Yeah, remember this? This cringe fest.
There's no heaven.
Oh.
It's easy if you try.
No hell below us.
Above us only sky.
Can someone get these people a tuning fork, please?
Imagine all the people
Living for today. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Enough of that. Enough of that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. We'll leave it at that. But that might have been the straw that broke the camel's back for many a normie. To be honest, they knew that there was something up with this. This is too orchestrated, right? And I think a lot of people started waking up to these guys. But before that, you remember like the Not One More with like all these black and white public service announcements? Remember that with the school shootings and stuff like that? They've been this cringe for a very long time. And they've been servants for the powers that be since time immemorial. I mean, I think that the church... What was that called? When the CIA got busted for infiltrating the media and in Hollywood and stuff like that. What was that called? The Church Commission, I think it was called. They've been in popular culture and trying to shape popular culture for years and years, right? So I think it's only been recently since COVID that they've been exposed as the absolute prostitutes that they are, right? And there's no two ways about it. No two ways about it. No Way USA 2013. Welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench so you can pass on links. And same thing with Pass the Bazooka. Let's see. Russia set up a trial to those ultra-nationalists so they can expose the world of crimes. I would, I hope that's the case. But I got to be honest. I've seen my share of what Russia has done as well. Okay. What's a good example of this? They set up a bunch of false flags in the 90s when they were going to war with the Chechens, the Chechen rebels, in which they did bombings in Rostov, Russia. And this was done by the new KGB, sorry. It was done by their intelligence service, FSB, I think it's called. And they did that so that they could garner support, which they didn't have at the time, to go fight the Chechens and suppress the rebellion, right? They're not afraid to, and they disappeared a lot of the journalists that exposed this stuff too, right? They got caught doing it. And at first they said it was like a test for awareness, and then they said it was, I forget what else they tried to pass it off as. But the fact of the matter was it was a false flag so that they can go in and suppress the rebels in Chechnya. And so Russia has its own problems. I am not... I don't expect, the world to just fall to its knees, the global homo to fall to its knees from Russia exposing all of this stuff. Because I think they're only going to expose what suits them. I think at the end of the day, they are the other head of the eagle, the double-headed eagle. I hope I'm wrong, but I am not going to place much faith in it. Let's put it that way. I hope that makes sense. But these groups that are causing ethnic cleansing in Donbass, they better do something about that. If they don't do something about that, and in Odessa and get some trials on the go for what's been going on there, I'm going to lose a lot of faith in humanity. Let's put it that way. Seen a video on said virtual asylum. Hey man, good to see you. It's been a while. Seen a video on BitChute where Chechen fighters rescued children and women from an apartment building. Apparently, they were being held there by Azov. Yes, I just dropped a video earlier today that shows Chechen fighters liberate a building at which Azov fighters, I don't know if it was Azov or not, or to be honest, but it was in Mariupol, so probably they were up in the top floors of a residential building firing down below. They were using it as, a stakeout zone and like a guard tower, more or less. They were using a residential building as a guard tower with people still in it, right? And they had gotten children out of there. And there's so many other testimonies that are in with that video. It's a little under 10 minutes, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. It was just what I could find that was translated and verified. So yeah, you can check that out. There's some good stuff in that. But there's a whole lot more. It's coming out now, and that's why you see on like if we go to the live map here, they were talking about how they're busing people out of these areas. Hold on. Oof. My goodness. Yeah, here we go. About 700 civilians from Rubizny, Severodonetsk, Popasna, and Lysychansk. Sorry, guys, for those that are Russian or Ukrainian. Were evacuated by buses today. 700. And I'm not sure if all of these places are in the same area. Now, Severodonetsk, I would assume, is by the Donetsk area. Only 700, eh? Why are they mentioning these 700? Why wasn't it thousands and thousands of them when they had the chance to? They had the corridors open. They've been talking about the corridors open. Why is it right now about 700 civilians? And it was only I think the only other mention of evacuations was a couple days ago. Twitter was raving about how the brave Ukrainian forces escorted 160 cars out of Mariupol. Why are they saying this now? Why are they talking about this now on the Western media? Well, it's because there's a whole bunch of these people that are now being evacuated from these areas by the Chechens and by the Russians and the Donetskins, I don't know, Donetskis, whatever. And they're all now starting to come out and say the Ukrainians have been keeping us in and they've been using us as human shields. So that's why we're getting all this now. And this is why it hasn't been happening up until this point, now that all these places are getting bombed, right? This is why they're saying it now, because the Ukrainian regime is criminal and they've been using terrorist tactics and they've been hiding behind the people of these areas who they don't care about. They've been doing a systematic ethnic cleansing since 2014. They don't care about these people. They want them dead anyways. And now they can use them as human shields. And this is why now only 700 civilians have been evacuated. But they want to talk about this like this is an amazing effort, right? Look, they show these women and children, right? Right? Where were these women and children before? No interviews on any of them in these areas. Why? Yeah, you know why. You know why. It's because they would speak out if they had the guts to do so. A lot of these people have been quiet for a long time, but not anymore. Not anymore. And you know why, right? It's because all of these areas are now taken by the Russians. They're all going to start speaking. And if you go over to RT, if you go over to Sputnik now, this is where you start seeing the interviews of these people who are predominantly Russian. They don't have any love lost for these Ukrainians that have been killing them, right? And they're speaking out. They're speaking out. So check out that video that I came out with earlier today. And it's not just my channel. There's a whole bunch of other places that are showing these videos. And they're saying it as it is. They've been held there by Ukrainian forces at basically gunpoint. They've been shot if they try and leave their homes, right? Many of them are attesting to that, right? And you can see the true face of the Ukrainian army and these battalions, these brave Ukrainian soldiers, so to speak. All right. Kate Bush, good to see you. I don't care if I get one. Just don't want to get banned. Well, have yourself a wrench. Welcome to the channel. Talks, good to see you. Good to see you. Is this streamer the guy who used to do transvestigations? I'm not sure what that means. Probably not. Probably not me. I haven't really done many I don't know. I don't even know what that means, to be honest with you. I used to do the volcano streams there a couple months ago, and I've covered fake Christians on YouTube. That's probably the two things that I've more or less been watched the most for, I guess. And I covered like false flags and conspiracy theory over the years as well. Welcome to the channel. Where's Greta Thunberg? Oh, well, she's not all that useful at the moment. I'm sure when they need to push the climate crisis a little more, and I'm sure they will, they'll probably drag her out of her hole. Or maybe she's too old now. Maybe she's outlived her purpose at this point. So I don't know. Maybe you'll see her back. Blah 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 blah. Let's see. The only working link for Ukraine on Fire I found in 5 minutes. Yeah, they are burying it. They are burying it. It's because I've looked it up so many times that it shows up on mine now. But before I couldn't find it. Let's see. Today, the most hated biatch in the world has a climate change conversation with Greta Thunberg. Picture of Greta and Justin Trudeau. Yeah, I've seen that before. All right. Let's see. All right. I think I've caught up with chat. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not... what do you call it? That I'm not losing track of you guys. I know I was pretty bad last time. So let's go on to the next one. We got the Congress meeting today. Well, where are we at? Ooh, there's another one while I find that. Anyways, we have a French lady that's talking about this. I'll read it out because the quality's pretty poor. But they are talking about Zelensky. I'm not sure exactly when this came out. I want to say it was a couple days ago. But nevertheless, some great commentary by this lady.
25 ans là-bas et je crois...
Turn this down a little bit. French people speak really fast, so we'll turn down the speed. All right. So the press lady says, we know you've been in contact with your family in Kiev.
comprendre que vous êtes en contact avec votre famille qui
Have they escaped from Kiev?
Et qui a fui. Bien ça?
Of course not. They never thought about fleeing. Tell us about the situation with your family. I came back from France, or to France from Ukraine 4 days ago. Nobody believed there would be a war. I guess we can speed it up. But a lot of rumors were causing the people to leave. The root of this conflict was already starting to show in 2014. At least 2 million Ukrainians are living day to day in terrible conditions. This year's heating bills are greater than before, yet wages are so low. Can you hear? Okay, I can hear you well. People here spend half their monthly wages on heating costs. Life is indeed difficult here. I was just thinking, why should we defend this puppet president and government? I'm talking about the president we have now, not the one Putin might be planning on installing. So you're saying, right now people on the internet are saying Ukrainians are in a difficult position. That's indeed true. The government is changing nonstop. The economy is tanking. Corruption is everywhere. Is she talking about Zelensky? Are you talking about Zelensky? Yes, of course. Who else? You're saying that the democratically elected Zelensky is actually a puppet leader? Yes, and he's by no means a democratic leader. He's banned 4 opposition TV channels. There were also journalists who mysteriously disappeared. Oh, another thing about that she mentioned there, the Donetsk regions, or Donbass regions, all of their Russian channels, or ones that were Russian-leaning, they were all taken off the air, yeah. I remember, I forget what video it was that I saw that, but these people were all being pushed with like pro-Kievan propaganda for years on end now. All of the channels that supported their causes or whatever, I think the Party of Regions was their old party or whatever, that's been gotten rid of. It's been consumed by other parties. And now all of the ones that were sympathetic to separatist causes have been taken off the air, right, since Zelensky came on. People say that Russian journalists are constantly killed, but Ukrainian journalists are killed as well. A lot of journalists have been killed these past few years. It's complicated, but nobody talks about it. It makes no difference. So according to what you've said, oh, well, it cuts it off at that point. But yeah, this is the first time that we're hearing anybody in the East mention this kind of stuff. I don't know what channel this is, if they might be like some sort of, or IC, oh, it's ICI, EC? I'm not. It's been a while since I watched French television, so I'm not sure who is posting this. Maybe it is like a pro-Russian one or something like that. But very interesting how this was mentioned, and these were certainly metropolitan French accents. I can verify that what was said was the case. I can't do it with the Ukrainian ones or the Russian ones, but that what she was saying there is exactly what was written down and what I read out. So it was interesting to see someone finally speaking the truth about this stuff. All right, let's get to the Congress one. Was it here that I had it? Hold on. Here it is. All right. I have it queued up to this point. Let's speed it up a little bit because you know how these people, they got the IQ of seahorses, so they speak pretty slow. But let's get into that now.
The various points that Shane was making, and so it does just feel very significant and consequential in a way that, you know, when these happen every year or so, they don't.
Speaker Pelosi heading up to the podium there. She will be the one to introduce Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. A reminder, we will be back on air after this. You can see the image of the president there as the room gives him a standing ovation.
Look at this cheerleader.
Let's go live now to Capitol Hill.
Good old piss pants Pelosi. I love how he's wearing an iron cross on his shirt. Like, it's not necessarily it's not a Nazi symbol, like, specifically, but it makes no qualms, right?
Morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Madam Ambassador, who is with us this morning. Madam Ambassador.
Look at this cheerleader.
Ambassador Makarova.
Oh, this chick, yeah. Yeah, we see her a good bit now, don't we?
Mr. President, it is my honor to present to you the Congress of the United States, which has great respect and admiration and appreciation for your courageous leadership. Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Oh, so cringy, this Slava Ukraina. Like, you can't even get that right either. But, yeah, just look at this. It's so cringy. These people who couldn't point out Ukraine, well, maybe she could because I'm pretty sure her son's been working over there. But most of the people who just mindlessly repeat that phrase, like "glory to Ukraine," which is really nationalist, you know, in its own right. Most of these people, they probably couldn't point out Ukraine on a map to this day, much less last year. But they're all Slava Ukraina.
My colleagues, Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Look at this, trying to get them to chant, just like in the, if you were here for the last live stream that we did the Canadian one. And they're trying to get people to actually chant this stuff. My colleague, Slava Ukraina, she's trying to get people to say this stuff.
Glory to heroes.
Glory to heroes. What is it? Hail victory.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of the Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Americans, friends, I'm proud to greet you from Ukraine, from our capital city of Kyiv, a city that is under missile and airstrikes from Russian troops every day. But it doesn't give up. And we have not even thought about it for a second. Just like many other cities and communities in our beautiful country, which found themselves in the worst war since World War II. I have the honor to greet you on behalf of the Ukrainian people, brave and freedom-loving people who for 8 years have been resisting the Russian aggression. Those who
for 8 years been resisting the Russian aggression. Is that what you call your little coup that you had in Kiev and your ethnic cleansing that you've been doing in the Donetsk region? That's Russian aggression, is it? The people that didn't want to put up with your revolution, your color revolution, right? And they wanted to separate, that's Russian aggression. Yes, okay. All right. Great way to paint that.
Who give their best sons and daughters to stop this full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future.
So this is another appeal to emotion that was very much so in the Canadian talk. I noticed that he's going straight. I mean, he said freedom now. What's it, about 12 times? So he's going straight for the primary crux of what Americans believe in, right? With the Canadians, they were talking about Vancouver and city on Ottawa Airport or whatever, get them to visualize that. But here he is appealing, though it is the same type of emotion appeal. He's going straight for the value that Americans treasure most. So still the same used car salesman tactics, but it is more personalized or tailor-fitted to American values, from what I'm seeing so far. Let me know if it sounds a little bit quiet for me. I turned it up. Please let me know. Just do like a +1 or something like that in comments, just so that I know that it's loud enough for you guys. Or if it's too low, let me know and I'll amp it up a bit.
Against our desire for happiness, against our national dreams, just like the same dreams you have, you Americans, just like anyone else in the United States. I remember your national memorial in Rushmore, the faces of your prominent presidents, those who laid the foundation of the United States of America as it is today, democracy, independence, freedom.
Okay, well, the founding fathers, I don't know how many of the founding fathers, well, Washington's on there, but they were against democracy. If you go into the Federalist Papers and all this and the Constitution, they are more or less against what democracy stood for. I believe, was it Franklin talking about how democracy is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner? Right? They're about a republic, right? Not democracy. But I understand that these basic terminologies go over the head of most of these global homo bureaucrats. So I understand what they mean by democracy is like how the Republican values of America it's about freedom, right? But notice again, just like how he was talking about the Ottawa airports and the CN Tower, he picks a landmark for us to visualize and say that that's under attack. I assume he's going to get into that now in a moment.
And care for everyone, for every person, for everyone who works diligently, who lives honestly, who respects the law. We in Ukraine want the same for our people. All that is normal part of your own life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Americans, in your great history, you have pages that would allow you to understand Ukrainians. Understand us now, when you need it right now, when we need you right now. Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields. When
So just like I was saying, sorry to cut that off in the middle, but just like I was saying, he starts off talking about the values of freedom and independence, and it's now under attack. This is the emotional appeal that they are tailor-fitting for every country that he speaks to. And he talks about Pearl Harbor. If you look into Pearl Harbor and how we knew that attack was going to happen and they let it happen so that they could finally get the support to get into the war. Interesting how that works, because I expect there to be a false flag, a big one that happened in the next coming days, in my opinion. A little bit of a maybe foreshadowing, I don't know. But you can see what he's getting at here now. You guys love freedom, 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 and then remember Pearl Harbor, remember 9/11. Your freedoms are under attack, and now you need to help us. This is grade 1 persuasive essays. Well, I don't know if they teach you to do in grade 1, but by grade 8 or 9, this is the level of intellectualism that these guys are offering.
Innocent people were attacked from air. Yes, just like no one else expected it. You could not stop it. Our country experience the same every day, right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now. Various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years, and we are asking for a reply, for an answer to this terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone?
Yeah, it is a lot to ask for. What you're asking for is World War III. Okay, I'm pretty sure the people that are here watching this understand how this works. But if you create a no-fly zone right now, what that means is if you enforce that, you're talking about having American planes or whichever other country he's asking to do this to go head-to-head directly fighting the Russian air superiority and to stop that. That you're asking for a nuclear power to fight a war directly, not just supplying with arms and stuff like that, but to actually go in and start fighting head-to-head with Russian air superiority. And that will inevitably lead all war games that you will look up between nuclear powers, it ends up going to nuclear war. All-out nuclear war. Because that's just how game theory works. They have to one-up the other people, and it will happen. That one-up game will keep happening until the nukes start flying. That's what he's asking for. Is it too much to ask? Yes, it is. You're a nut job, cokehead. All right, cokehead of Kiev, you're a nut job for asking that. It is too much to ask. But you don't want to talk about like what that inevitably leads to, and I wonder why.
Over Ukraine to save people. Is this too much to ask? Humanitarian no-fly zone, something that Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft. Powerful, strong air aviation to protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine.
So if we won't directly fight them, then we need to give them more. So maybe he understands that they can't go to war, that they can't go to war directly with them, and he knows this, and this is a way to bilk U.S. out of more stuff, because I think U.S. is going to give them over or just under $1 billion of aid right now. He's asking for more, a little bit of coke on the side too, make sure Hunter gets in on the deal, right? Maybe this is what he's trying to do, because he knows that can't happen, but he can get more out of the Americans if he puts up this guilt trip, right? And say, oh, why don't you go to war with us? Oh, well, at least you can give us some more stuff. So maybe that's what this is really about.
Help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them, but they are on earth, not in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian sky. They do not defend our people. I have a dream. These words are known to each of you. Today I can say, I have a need. I need to protect our sky. I need your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances, for leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based. We propose.
So he wants more sanctions, okay? Listen, these sanctions don't just go one way. They keep talking about the economic damage that it's doing to Russia. Do you really think that when Russia decided to invade that they didn't take this stuff into account, right? And we're hearing the news, at least on Canadian television, and I'm pretty sure from what I've seen in the American as well, what they're worried about is Russia teaming up with China. And here's the bigger issue now at play. We're now hearing about Saudi Arabia possibly starting to trade oil with the petro yuan. And for those that are the geopolitical economics right now, the only reason why USA can keep up the debt that it has these days, I think it's nearing $30 trillion now, right? It's almost twice as much as like individual GDP per capita, twice as much as what the average American produces. The only reason why they can keep up that sort of debt, no one else could do that, okay? And the only reason why they can is because America is protected by having what's called the petrodollar, all right? So there's so many countries in the world that trade their oil exclusively in American dollars. And because of this circulation, this added circulation of money, it gives America the economic strength to withhold or to hold the debt that it does. If this stops and that currency stops flowing, right, they go to something else besides the dollar, then America will not be able to hold the debt that it does. It will have to reduce spending, or it will have to create extra taxation onto people, right? And people's living standards are going to drop like crazy. The Western world will not function as it does over the past 50 to 100 years. Living here is going to get worse and worse. And the more that you put sanctions on countries that, A, don't take a stand for Ukraine, the more they're going to start saying, you know what, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. Maybe let's look over to China. They got lots of money over there, and they also want a lot of oil. And maybe we can just say, screw USA, because, you know, if we keep playing ball with them, they're going to force us to do whatever they want by threatening to cancel culture us, right? Look, China's got a lot of money, and they sweeten the deal with all these sorts of corruption and all that kind of stuff. We can deal with them a lot easier, right? And the more that you do sanctions on countries like Russia and countries that won't just back everything that USA is doing, the more you're going to push them to do that. And so the average person, you guys might know it, right? The average person may not see that. But what he's asking for, more and more sanctions, the more that we put on them, right? And this is all aside from the economic hardship that direct sanctions, or directly that sanctions cause, right? We're not going to be able to have products from Russia. The food and stuff that's coming out of Russia is going to drive the prices of all food up, okay? Because there's going to be still the demand for food around the world is going to stay the same, yet the supply is not going to be there because one country's been shut out of that market, right? But another big, much bigger thing is oil, right? Despite what all of this climate change crap is doing, we still need oil to create our plastics and all that kind of stuff. And you can talk about blue in the face to switching to more green energy, but it's crap, okay? The technology is crap, and we still need the oil. And you're talking about Russia is the world's biggest gas station. Essentially, that's what it is. It's a gas station with a huge military. All right? That's basically what it is. And if you are decoupling from these guys, then you're going to cut off the world supply of oil. If you cut off the world supply of oil, but you still have the demand, which we do, it's going to create the cost of oil, or it's going to make the cost of oil go way up, as we're seeing. Have you seen the pumps these days? Right? And that transfers onto anything that needs to be transported, meaning the price of everything's going to go up. Okay? So I know that you guys probably know a lot about this, but for those that don't, what he's asking for is that we all pay way higher costs of living. That means we become way poorer. But for little Ukraine that has been fooled into thinking it can pick a fight with Russia by doing an ethnic cleansing of the Donbass. We all need to stop everything that we're doing, destroy our standard of living so that this cokehead can live a little bit more comfortably and continue to act like the little yapping chihuahua that he is. Right? No, it's too much to ask. It's too much to ask. Stay in your little hole, whatever it is. Your regime sucks. Your country, the people are great. I got nothing to say against Ukrainian people, except your memes suck, by the way. Can you please get some better thinkers on the memes that I see online? It's just this, like, you guys got no real thinking skills on that, in that department. But for the most part, every Ukrainian that I've met is pretty chill, you know. Maybe a little bit much with that nationalist stuff, but I know that that's a product of our radicalization against you. So I understand, you know, that's not necessarily your fault. But your regime sucks, and you know it, right? I think this guy's approval rating before the war went down to something like 23%, 25%. Like, people know how corrupt this guy is, just like Poroshenko was, right? But why should the whole world have to pay for these guys' mistakes, right? Yeah, it's too much to ask, man.
That the United States sanctions all politicians in the Russian Federation who remain in their offices and do not cut ties with those who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine, from State Duma's members to the last official who has lack of morale to break the state terror. All American companies must leave Russia from their market, leave their market immediately, because it is flooded with our blood. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, please take the lead. If you have companies in your districts who finance the Russian military machine leaving business in Russia, you should put pressure. I'm asking to make sure that the Russians do not receive a single penny that they use to destroy people in Ukraine. The destruction of our country, the destruction of Europe. All American ports should be closed for Russian goods. Peace is more important than income, and we have to defend this principle in the whole world.
Okay, so again, I know this probably sounds like I'm beating a dead horse, but where was this talk when you were doing ethnic cleansing in Donbass? Where was this talk, right? When you were killing, quote unquote, separatist dogs, as your buddies and your little soldiers like to call them, right? Where was this talk of peace? You've had since 2014 to get your crap straight.
Already became part of the anti-war coalition, a big anti-war coalition that unites many countries, dozens of countries, those who reacted to, in principle, to President Putin's decision to invade our country. But we need to move on and do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly and stop the war, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th. And it would be fair if it ended in a day, in 24 hours.
So you just said it started February of this year, but 10 minutes ago, or not even, you just mentioned that it's been happening for 8 years. So which is it? Which is it? Whenever it's convenient for you to talk about the aggression that's been happening, right? You don't want to talk about what's going on, right? What's happening over in the eastern Ukraine, when they didn't want to be a part of your little rebellion or your little coup insurrection, the real insurrection, not Jan 6, but this stuff here. Then you want to talk about it. When you're saying it's Russian aggression. But really, this all just happened a couple days ago. All right, okay. Which is it, man?
Evil would be punished immediately. Today, the world does not have such tools. The war of the past have prompted our predecessors to create institutions that should protect us from war. But they, unfortunately, don't work. We see it, you see it, so we need new ones, new institutions, new alliances, and we offer them. We propose to create an association, U24, United for Peace, a union of responsible countries that have the strength and consciousness to stop conflicts immediately, provide all the necessary assistance in 24 hours, if necessary, even weapons, if necessary, sanctions, humanitarian support, political support, finances, everything you need to keep the peace and quickly save the world, to save lives. In addition, such association, such union could provide assistance to those who are experiencing natural disasters, man-made disasters, who fell victims to humanitarian crisis or epidemics. Remember how difficult it was for the world to do the simplest thing, just to give vaccines against COVID to save lives, to prevent new strains. The world spent months, years doing things like that, much faster, to make sure there are no human losses.
Yeah, we need a new world order to stop against any country that doesn't do what we want them to do. Yeah, that's what we need, right? Remember the COOF? We needed a new world order for that. You need to now do it for defense too, and the climate crisis. I'm sure. Did he bring that up yet? The climate crisis? Is he going to mention that? I don't know if he wants to mention that, considering they want to keep that oil, right? They want to keep that oil that's in the Black Sea there, and they're going to lose that, actually. That's one of the reasons why Russia's truly invading. It maybe there is a humanitarian cause for Donbass, but let's be honest here, for those that are, on a pro-Russian side, which I'm not. But I am more sympathetic than your average person about what's going on. But let's not forget how much oil is in the by Crimea, and it's still technically in Ukrainian within their maritime borders, okay? And they're going to lose that. So he's probably not going to mention too much about the climate crisis, but he's got no problem talking about COOF, right? And we need a new world order for COOF. We need a new world order for defense. Yeah, to just do whatever you want so that you can keep bilking Russia for all that it's worth, and the people that are the Russian-speaking peoples in the east side of your nation.
No victims. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, if such alliance would exist today, that is U-24, we would be able to save thousands of lives in our country. In many countries of the world, those who need peace, those who suffer inhumane destruction. I ask you to watch one video of what the Russian troops did in our country, in our land. We have to stop it. We must prevent it, preventively destroy every single aggressor who seeks to subjugate other nations. Please watch the video.
And this is a total crap show. From what I've heard, a lot of this video is not from the past week or so, but is in fact during the aggressions that they've been causing on Donbass over the past few years. And some stock footage as well, from what I've heard. But I can't verify that at the moment. But let's just go ahead and watch this this cringe visual emotional appeal. What a coincidence it is that they had cameras straight on the area that these explosions happened, isn't it? They just had, it was like front row seats each and every single time. Does that seem a little bit of a coincidence? Maybe it's, because there's cameras everywhere nowadays, but really just perfect shots of these explosions. I'll make this a little bigger for the time. I know that it's pretty small at the moment. Did you see that army guy that was in the middle of the street, and then that explosion happens in the middle of the streets and it gets shelled? Why is a street getting shelled? It's not because they have like a big military operation in the middle of a town, do they? It's not that, is it? Oh, we've seen pictures of that everywhere? Oh, okay. All right.
in the end, to sum it up, today it's not enough to be the leader of the nation. Today it takes to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Peace in your country doesn't depend anymore only on you and your people. It depends on those next to you, on those who are strong. Strong doesn't mean big. Strong is brave and ready to fight for the life of his citizens and citizens of the world, for human rights, for freedom, for the right to live decently and to die when your time comes, and not when it's wanted by someone else, by your neighbor. Today, the Ukrainian people are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world, sacrificing our lives in the name of the future. That's why today the American people are helping not just Ukraine, but Europe and the world to keep the planet alive, to keep justice in history. Now I'm almost 45 years old. Today my age stopped when the hearts of more than 100 children stopped beating. I see no sense in life if it cannot stop the death. And this is my main mission as the leader of my people, great Ukrainians. And as the leader of my nation, I'm addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation.
That's debatable.
I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Glory to Ukraine.
Okay, so that's the speech, and we'll get into this ovation as well now. Just before, I want to make sure I'm caught up to you guys in the chat. Oh wow, there's 36 of you in here. Wow, good to see you guys. I try to give wrenches to the people that just came in for the commenting for the first time. Welcome to the channel. Someone mentioned those are real bombs. I think I caught it. Someone mentioning those are real bombs. Oh yeah, no, I'm not disputing that they are not real, or I'm not disputing that they're real bombs. What I'm saying is that the camera angle is a bit too convenient for me to wonder, like, how do those cameras know to be looking straight there? And I'm sure a few of them might be like, webcams or, like security cameras, something like that, right? But a lot of them, really good quality video of major bombs exploding perfectly in the center screen of, a widescreen camera. Like, I do wonder how many of these were not by the Russians, but in fact by Ukrainian forces looking to drum up support so they can create a collage and play some sappy violin music so that they can post it to one of their speeches to an American Congress. You see what I'm going with that? I'm wondering how much of these are actually false flags. But, I can only speculate on that. I'm not debating that people aren't dying there. He mentions the number at 100 children. It was just under 100 when he was talking to Canada, but now we're saying just over 100 children. And we need to really think about, the scale of these attacks. As you can see, hold on. Like, this is a lot of ground, all right? For there to be only 100 children dead, of course, one is too many. The people of Ukraine are indeed suffering. I'm not discounting that. But the scale of this operation, you're invading from at least 4 fronts. For 100 children to be dead, in the grand scale of things, when you're looking at statistics, that's a pretty low number. And again, one is too many. I'm not discounting that. But when you look at the size of this invasion and only 100 are dead, and that's their numbers that they're giving, you got to wonder how reserved the Russian advance has been in order to protect lives, okay? I don't think they're trying to kill people, because if they did, that number would be far, far higher. So I wonder how much of this suffering is caused by the Ukrainian forces. That's my point on that. That's my point on that. I think they've done, if that number is true, they've done a pretty good job, the Russians or whatnot, to spare civilian lives, because they could just glass these cities whenever they wanted if they really didn't care about people's lives. If they were truly the aggressive devils that they're making them out to be in this speech, then I do wonder why that number isn't higher. Not saying that I want it to be, of course. Not saying that I'm cheering for Russia, right? They have their own reasons for invading, right? And they're not exactly, I don't think they're as purist as they want it to say. It's not just about denazification and stuff like that, although that is a big problem. But I think these things you need to keep in mind when you're talking about that. I hope that answered your question. Welcome to the channel, by the way, whomever had said that. Let's see. Shinona 1. I haven't seen that in a while. To know if you're shadow banned, just click the live chat back to top chat and see if your comment disappears. I'm banned in a lot of them. Oh, I haven't shadow banned you. That's a good. I didn't know that actually. I'll have to use that. Let's see. Ukraine memes are trash. Yeah. Did you see the monkey Putin one? That one is brutal. Brutal. Like just such a forced meme without any thought whatsoever. So annoying. Kolomoisky is not actually a Jew. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he is, isn't he? What makes you say that, Leading North? And welcome to the channel, by the way. Good to see you, man. I think we were chatting in one of the comments sections of a video that I made, right? It's good to see you in the chat. Let's see. Not only that, if Russia moves to the gold standard, it will make the ruble a very safe currency, says Human Husbandry. And that's another thing, too. They keep talking about the ruble and how it's diving in value. First off, once this conflict is over, people are going to buy the dip. Okay, so they might be suffering in the short term, but for the ruble itself, people are going to buy the dip. It's quite an industrious nation, all right? And there's a lot of enterprise there, and there's a lot of opportunity to make money. People are going to be whisked off of this topic as soon as it's over, and they will not mind nearly as much as what they do now. That is a dip that will go back up over time. Number two, I don't think it really matters where the ruble is right now. What does their oil cost? How much is that oil worth that they are just sitting on? When they start selling that to Russia or to China, same thing with their food. They have a surplus of food as well. And China can't feed itself. They need to buy it from other places. This stuff is worth a whole lot more than the value of the ruble. Okay? Especially if they move to a petro-yuan or something like that. It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Okay? What really matters is that rising price of fuel and how they're going to sell it over to China and other places like that. Same thing with India. You see India's taking a neutral stance right now. It's probably because they need that energy, right? They know, and they realize that the West is a sinking ship for the most part, right? I don't think that it really matters what the ruble costs. Good comment. Thank you very much. Let's see. No Russian ever called me a white supremacist. Avi is right. He's missing half the picture, though. Let me know what I'm missing. I'd love to discuss it. That is from Tox. Thank you for the comment. Invictian, welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. If you'd like to post any links, you're more than welcome to do so. Says he's like a modern day Churchill, not thinking about the consequences of going to war until it's over. Yeah. Or he just wants us to forget about the consequences too, right? Sawyer says mass formation psychosis induced by psychological trauma, fear, confusion, and Stockholm syndrome. And that's exactly what he's playing on when he does these speeches. For us, it was about thinking about Ottawa Airport and the CN Tower if it was bombed and stuff like that. It's trying to instill fear and a mass formation psychosis from that fear. With America, as you can see in that speech, it was based on the value, not so much on physical places, except he did mention Mount Rushmore, but he's talking about the value of freedom and independence itself. And an attack on that, it's playing on the fears of America losing freedom, which they are. And he's probably driving that wedge in a little bit more. And it's another great comment, Sawyer. How come everybody has a wrench but me, says Karen Hall. I think I gave you one just then. I was just a little bit late to the punch. Sorry about that. But I was just watching it, so I didn't see it. Controlled opposition? No. I give out wrenches to everybody. Just if they want to pass on a link, they can do so. It's just that it doesn't automatically go on. I do it manually as I go through the chats, and it takes a little bit sometimes. Sometimes I miss you. Sorry about that if I do. But usually I can get everybody after a while. Gibbs Air Superiority. Welcome to the channel, Peter Tuska. I just gave you a wrench as well, speaking of. Just the tip says, yeah, but he's Jewish. It's different. Oh, yeah. He's Jewish. It's different. He can do what he wants. Oy vey. Shut it down. Putin hates the gays. I don't know. Does he? I think he doesn't like the culture, the global homo culture that's permeating into society. I don't know if he's against specifically gays. But there's a big problem in Russia when it comes to child porn and stuff like that, in which there's a strong overlap on those kind of things. If I haven't noticed, have you seen the Disney Channel Disney Network and all that stuff talking about the Don't Say Gay bill, which is really just an anti-child grooming bill, and a whole bunch of them just got arrested yet again for child porn and trafficking and stuff like that. I haven't been following it as much as some other channels, but yeah. It seems to be some overlap there, a little bit of overlap. Democrats want nuclear war, but again, it's not just the Democrats. You got to bear in mind that we had the John McCains of the world that were over there causing strife and causing the the color revolution that was happening in 2014. We got Mitt Romney that's also pushing his craw in that. Who was the turtle? What's the turtle guy? And then the other Republicans that are calling for the assassination of Putin, things like that. This isn't just a left-right thing. We have a uniparty that is taking control of basically all countries of global homo. Okay, and it doesn't matter if they're quote-unquote left or quote-unquote right. They are all pushing the same narrative right now. There's more pushback on the right audience, the right side audience, against this war than the left side, the NPC side, from what I've seen. But at the end of the day, I'm still seeing on both sides trying to push for this war. And now this is actually a great time to see who's controlled opposition, to be honest. This is a great opportunity for us. If you're seeing channels that were normally seemingly for us as right-wingers, I'm a conservative myself, so I don't mean to speak for you or what you believe, but if you are a right-winger and you see these channels that seem to be for us, but now they're all like bashing Russia. What's a good example of this? You know, the ones that NTD and Epic Times and America Uncensored, China Unscripted, or whatever it is, the one with Chris Chappell. All of these guys now are pushing super anti-Russia stuff, right? These people are pushing for war when they seem like they were on our side. Just a few months ago when it came to, the election stuff and all that kind of stuff, they seem to be more or less on our side. Now they're all pushing for the same things as any leftist, right? It's because they need everybody. They need everybody, all hands on deck, to be against, because you know what? There's a whole bunch of problems. There's a whole bunch of corruption in Ukraine, and they need to cover it up real hard. I think that's one thing that if you're taking this war at face value, that's what they're really worried about. Okay, what's a good example of this? See what I have here up on deck. Give me a second. You know that Kolomoisky guy, right? Ukrainian businessman Kolomoisky wins suit against. All right, so this right here, critical. Biden put pressure on Poroshenko on Privatbank nationalization leak claims. Biden allegedly asked Poroshenko, who was the prime minister or the president of Ukraine before Zelensky, to support the then head of the central bank to determine the date for proceeding with nationalization. And this was after the nationalization happened after the scandal with Privatbank, where Kolomoisky was embezzling funds. We think as much as $5.5 billion, right? And all of this corruption, you see how Burisma Holdings, which was one other guy along with Kolomoisky, paying off Rosemont Seneca, which was a company that was headed by, in part, by Hunter Biden. And you see a whole bunch of transfers of money going over there, all right? And you can start seeing the Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt, John McCain, all of these people had a hand in trying to make a more pro-NATO Ukraine, pushing out the pro-Russia in Ukraine. You have so many scandals there just waiting to be uncovered that they need all hands on deck either. And that's another thing too. They don't care if we're pro-Russia. They don't care about that. What they don't want us to be doing, all right? As long as we're pro-Ukraine, standing with Ukraine or standing with Russia, that's fine. But what they don't want us to do is to start busting these people who have been stick in their hands in the piggy bank that is Ukraine. They don't want us looking into the child trafficking, the human trafficking that's been going on with Ukraine via the Black Sea and all these things through Turkey and all these countries. They don't want us looking at that. That's what they need us to keep our eyes off of. And that's what we need to start researching, right? What they don't mind is us picking a side and then hating each other for it. That's what they want us to do. And that's why they need us all on deck and pushing this as much as possible so that we go one way or the other, right? And more specifically, they want us to be with Ukraine because there is that risk that Putin and Russia will expose these ties because it's in their best interest to do so. Okay, they would rather us be on the Ukraine side, but at the end of the day, they just want us to be at each other's head and not looking at what these scumbags have been doing in this country for the past 30 years. Okay, so that's one thing to look into. Don't be fooled that what do you call it? That Russia is just a savior in this. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we need to start exposing, and it's not necessarily fighting for Putin. You know. Let's see. Sorry if I miss any comments. I'm just going to move on ahead. If I miss any other comments, you can go ahead and retype them. We had a lot of stuff talked. Avidan sounds like Rush Limbaugh and Jeff C combined. I've never heard about Rush Limbaugh before. That's the first time I've heard that. I never really followed much Rush Limbaugh. He was a little bit before my time. And because he's American, I'm Canadian, I didn't really get into it too much. I didn't really get into too much mainstream conservative media either until probably like the Ben Shapiro days or whatever. I fell for him for a little bit, but I clicked in soon enough that he was just doing a circle jerk on us. Prussia is an old part of the Tartarian Empire. The most famous literary hero of Prussia, Russia, was Alexander Pushkin, a Moor born in Moscow. I didn't know about him being a Moor. That's interesting. Now, I thought Prussia was, that's more Germany. Right, and their etymologies are a little bit different. You have the Kievan Rus, but you have the Prussians. I thought they were two different peoples, but I'm not a big on the history, so I could be wrong on that. Let's see. The Pope's doctrine of discover worldwide colonization alley. I've never heard of that before. Maybe you can go in a little bit. Watchman says, take care, guys. Great channel. Got work to do before the sun goes down. Hey, no sweat, man. It's good to have you. Good to have you. The actor needs to get off the world stage. Oh, this actor, Zelensky, he's a joke. This guy, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw, but he was just, let's get back into it, actually. He was reading his script the whole time once again, spending the entire time just looking at the screen. He hasn't taken any time to really understand what's going on in these speeches. He's just been told what to say, and he repeats it as he's told. That's it. All right, let's take a look at Pelosi here. You got to see this, by the way, if you haven't seen it already. Just check this out. So she starts clapping. All right, look at this. Look. I'll slow it down and do a replay on it. But she looks over. And then you get this dude who's just sitting down doing nothing, and she gives him the evil eye. So yeah, first look, she's not too happy. No, and then he cucks out and he gives a clap, one clap. How long does this last? Turn it up. Yeah, turn it up. Make sure everybody knows that everybody's for him. So more of this mind control garbage. Oh, she can't get more clapping in.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky calling on Congress to help his country survive
Russia's onslaught. So not quite as crazy as the Canadian one.
He appealed to the
but you can see how she was being a cheerleader there.
9/11 and patriotism, and asked directly for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Now, he also showed a video with the images of the horror of the war that Russia has brought to his Ukrainian people. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Rhonda, let's start with you. Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill.
We'll just see what they have to say as first reaction on this. Is he Winston Churchill here as well as what Canada was referring to?
Give us some analysis on President Zelensky's message and also the reaction we saw from Congress, Rhonda.
Well, we were speaking earlier about will he ask for a no-fly zone by that name, and he did. And he did it in words. He also did it in that compelling video that he showed that really put a face to this conflict in Ukraine. It showed children, older people. It showed the dead. It showed the impact it is having on his country. And, you know, the American audience is a visual one. And, of course, members of Congress, too, are now acquainted with those images. So,
yeah, how come we didn't get a good video like that up in Canada? I guess we're just not important enough.
He asked for that no-fly zone in very precise language. We'll see where members of Congress stand on that issue, specifically because it is divided from how President Biden feels right now. He feels that a no-fly zone would further Russian aggression. So we're going to see
further Russian aggression. I mean, yeah, I suppose so. It's an interesting way that you put that. I mean, it would start a nuclear war is what it would do. Let's be fair here.
Days or weeks how this message unfolds on the Hill. He also evoked memories of 9/11, telling the Congress that attack was done by air. He also talked about the I Have a Dream speech. He mentioned that phrase as well, saying that Congress knew it well. So he really tailored this speech for...
Yeah, he did too. He did mention like the kind of I have a dream or whatever. So basically invoking every major point in revisionist history that you could find. Yeah.
The U.S. Congress and the American audience to introduce them to what is going on right there in Ukraine. He also asked for continued sanctions, that he would like to see sanctions until this situation stops. And he also thanked President Biden for his committed assurances that he would help Ukraine. But he also called on President Biden to be a leader for the world at this point. So I hope to speak to lawmakers to get their reaction to this speech. It was, of course, brief. It matched sort of some of the other addresses he has made to world legislators, those in the UK as well as in Canada, but it was truly tailored to this audience and tailored to the U.S. government, saying that they...
Oh, look who it is. Oh, Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff poking his head out of the gopher's hole. Oh my goodness. Where's he been? So yeah, she's right on that. It was tailored. It was a cookie cutter speech of appeal of emotion that was basically ad lib for considering whatever country it was that they were speaking to. They would play to the certain insecurities and stuff like that of whatever nation it was. For Canada, it was visualizing the different landmarks or whatever, because they didn't know anything else about Canada, because we don't really have much values anymore anyways. But down there, they tailored it towards the freedoms and freedoms being taken away, right? So they knew where to go. They understand that they had the intelligence to go for that stuff. But other than that, it was a B grade speech for grade 9s and grade 10 persuasive essay writers. That's basically it.
They are the leaders.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Let's bring in James Hohmann to talk more about both the appeal and also the way that Zelensky chose to present his message to the American public. James?
Yeah, Libby, 16 minutes longer than his addresses to the other bodies. And after that video, switching into English.
Yeah, here's some purple-tide cuck from Washington Bezos Post, and he's going to tell us about how he feels.
And you know, clearly had practiced those words.
No, he didn't. He was looking at the script the whole time.
And in a lot of ways, playing, I hate to use the word vanity, but playing to America's view of itself as the leader of the free world, saying...
Yeah, you were right about vanity. Yeah, that's it. He played to the vanity. I forgot to mention that too when he was talking about the leader of the free world, leader of peace and stuff like that. Yeah, playing to the vanity. It's a good point.
You know, if you want to be the leader of the world, you need to be the leader in peace, and not just saying have a no-fly zone. There was a transition where he said, if that's too much for you, there are these other things. And then he mentioned the S-300, which is a very powerful, essentially surface-to-air missile that goes beyond what the U.S. has already provided. And, you know, in a lot of ways, there was this idealistic layer to the speech, but then there was also a very pragmatic layer, which is why he went out of his way to praise President Biden and praise Congress for doing what they've done, because he's trying to thread that needle, Livy, between, you know, asking for the moon and actually trying to get delivered what might help him save his country.
And you see there the Ukrainian ambassador who Speaker Nancy Pelosi mentioned. She attended today's speech, talking with lawmakers as they filter out of the CVC, the Capitol Visitor Center, where they watched today's virtual address. Let's go now to Riga, Latvia, and our colleague, national security reporter Paul Soni. Paul, first let's start with this question of what President Zelensky put on the table today, because there is a question of asking for everything and then realizing you're only going to get some things. So as James pointed out, there was an opening there of here's what we want. We're being very clear about it. But we also are making these other appeals. So lend us some of your insight into that.
Yeah, some people have said that Zelensky shouldn't be asking for a no-fly zone because he knows the White House isn't going to do it. That he should be moderating his requests in some way and not sort of poking the U.S. in the eye, which is his main backer, the Europeans, who are also very reluctant about a no-fly zone. And the reason it just stands to be said that the White House is reluctant about a no-fly zone is that you can't sort of wave a magic wand and have a Russian aircraft or Russian missiles not come into Ukrainian airspace. That requires a very extensive operation, which would require NATO fighter jets to shoot down Russian aircraft that were to come into that space, which would presage a direct confrontation between American forces and Russian forces, which for obvious reasons, as two big nuclear powers, President Biden doesn't want and wants to avoid. He said as much. And so the question is, given that reality, given that he knows President Biden is not in favor of this, is it worth asking for that, continuing to ask for that in front of the US Congress? And I think as James kind of mentioned, he's asking for it, but he's also putting some other options on the table. It's been talked about giving Ukrainians more powerful surface-to-air missiles in order to protect their own airspace, and also possibly giving them fighter jets.
So, Paul, let's talk about where this goes.
All right.
From
so,
here.
I mean, basically, they're just basically recapping what they're saying. I wanted to bring up one thing. Oh, this was a picture. We can't tell. Here's another thing about the fog of war on this war, because these forces, both Russia and Ukrainian, use a lot of the same equipment. Sometimes it's hard to tell who's who, especially with these aerial battles, because they both use MiGs and stuff like that, and SUs and stuff. So these helicopters, both sides claim that they're shooting down the other one. This is from last week. You see a surface-to-air missile, from what it looks like to me, hit a helicopter that's low flying, and they both claim that it's the other side. And this is another thing. Like, it's really hard to tell what's going on for the air battles. To me, it seems like Russia has complete air superiority, because when you look at the map and the bombings and stuff like that, it's basically all Russia, right? That's doing it. But it's really hard to find this stuff. But I wanted to look at another thing on this channel. This channel's pretty good. I can give you the link to him now. Hold on. You can check it out for yourself. But before I do that, take a look. We have hypersonic missiles now. Apparently, Russia's starting to use these. And it's not just him that's saying it. It is alleged that the attack on the military base in western Ukraine, the one on the Polish border that killed a bunch of the Redditors, apparently those were hypersonic missiles that hit. Now, I'm not 100% sure on that, but it is alleged, because there were no aerial sirens saying that there was going to be an air raid or anything like that. And it's possibly because the Polish side, which should be able to pick up on those airplanes, did not pick up on these missiles. Okay. And what they're thinking is that this was hit with a hypersonic missile. And there's not much you can do with these surface-to-air missiles to take out something flying that fast. Okay? This is the big thing now. I got a feeling, and I think who was talking about this? Coach Red Pill was talking about this. This is scaring the NATO powers from joining into this war a lot more now, because they don't have the equipment to detect and stop these missiles. And if they can hit it 10 to 25 kilometers away from the Polish border, there's nothing to say that it couldn't go past the Russia or the Polish border into Poland and other countries as well, if they were to actually go head to head with Russia. So this is a video here.
Вот ебать это пизда нахуй! Ебать!
Now, it looks like that was sound from when it was hitting the ground, but I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Let's say, just for argument's sake, that this is a clean video and it hasn't been doctored or anything like that. It seems much more so that that was the sound of a sonic boom overhead that finally reached, because if that hit the ground just then, the sound would take at least a couple seconds before it reached this camera. But instead, we heard it much sooner. And what I think that was actually the sound from overhead of it breaking the sound barrier. And then you heard it well before we should have heard it. So one more time.
Вот ебать это пизда нахуй! Ебать!
There should have been... Yeah, see, he's looking behind. He's looking behind. That noise probably came from behind. Anyways, this is a really good channel. If you're looking at, if you want to find other footage aside from the propaganda that we get in the West, not saying that they don't give propaganda. There's probably some stuff in here that's propaganda as well. But at least you can get it from both sides now. This is Dimitri Z or whatever. So you can subscribe to that guy because he's got a lot of good footage. I've been using a lot of it, to be honest. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and I'll be back to chat with you guys. And pull that. Let's, what do we got for music here? And then I got some other stuff that we can get into. But yeah, I'd like to hear what you guys thought of those things. We'll read more of the chat, see what I've missed, and if you got any other things that you'd like to chat about, we will certainly do so. We'll be on for another hour at least, so stick around. This is the Alex Jones song. I forget what the name of it is. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Sorry, hold on. Serbia Strong. I will play it anyways. Yes, that was Serbia Strong. There's a pretty big history to that. Let me see if I can find it real quick for those that aren't aware of that song. So there was a war in Serbia. It was versus Croatia, I believe this one was. It was like fascist versus socialist forces or whatever. They've pulled this from the from YouTube a few times, so I don't know if they'll show it. Sorry, I don't know if you don't like the song, it's going to show up again. But you have this group of hardened warriors playing this seemingly cheerful song, which includes this guy, and the footage is so bad. It keeps getting worse every upload. But yeah, okay, so I'm just going to skip ahead for a second. So you have this guy, I forget his name, Nikovic, I think, and he's just there talking about, like, he's confessing to crimes like genocide, basically, and he's just there sipping his water like it's nothing. There's just something very memey about this. And then you have this guy who's like, looks like a stone cold killer, and he's playing the accordion of this very cheerful song, just as he looks out for insurgents to kill. There's just something very morbid but memey. And then this keyboard is just in the middle of nowhere in some Serbian woods. But anyways, it's a hidden gem of the internet for some. Although it did get very popular. Hold on. I'm getting accosted by kittens. All right, let me pull this off here. Let's see what you guys are up to in chat. By the way, I didn't want to like mention it too much or whatever right off the hop. It is actually my birthday today, so wish me a happy birthday. Let's see. Avidan has gone off to take a fat one. No, I mean, I did have to take a little bio break, but yeah, no, I need a little. I mean, I've been here for 2 hours, so I had to take a moment. Let's see. Your nation-state government is privately owned corporation, and you are a bonded slave. Yeah, that's why we're on our IDs. It's all in capital letters. It's because we are like property or bound to the state as kind of like cattle. Oh yeah, you just mentioned it. You mentioned it earlier before. All right, let's see what else. One word can describe the state of the governments of the world: decadence. Yeah, that's how it feels. That's how it feels. The perfect example of that was that Canadian one. Everybody was clapping like it's back in Stalin times. And yeah, he's dressed like a butcher. Yeah, I guess you're talking about Zelensky. I mean, the guy can't wear a suit to save his life these days. And I guess it's meant to keep up that look that he is like a brave leader of the Ukrainian people, right? He was probably reading a hard copy of the speech. Oh yeah, well, I mean, if you go back to it, we can just real quick just take a look at what he was doing there. Just a sec.
What is, if any, progress is being made in sort of peace talks?
Shut up, Preston.
Countries, those who reacted
Look at
to,
him.
in principle,
Can't keep his
to
eyes off the
President Putin's decision to invade our country, but we
Left
need
to right,
to move
left to
on
right. Look at this.
and do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly
This is
and
pathetic.
stop
Absolutely
the
pathetic.
full-scale Russian invasion.
This guy can't commit anything to memory because he's being told what to say, right? I'm sure he can probably, he's an actor, so he can remember his lines, right? It's just that he's been given so much, he's been shoveled so much crap to spew out that he can't possibly keep up with this. None of this is really coming from his heart. It's all just formulaic script, and he can't speak from his heart because his heart's not truly in it. He's too busy probably doing lines and basically just doing what he's told, right? He's not a leader of anything. He's a clown, and that's basically all that he is, right? Let me make this a little smaller there now. This is kind of a cool shot here, but there's a flag that keeps getting in the way when the wind blows, and it gets kind of annoying. So I've blocked it, but it is an interesting shot. I don't know. Oh, this is in Odessa. Odessa is expected to have an amphibious assault onto it any day now. And this is going to be the place to look into as time passes, because Odessa, someone has already mentioned it in chat before a few days ago. They called it like the Thermopylae of the Ukraine or Moldovan area or Moldavian area, because just of its geography. You have like the mountains behind it, the Carpathian Mountains behind it, and it's a seaport as well. And so you have this very narrow strip of land where this population is centered, and it can act very much like a fortress. And it's going to be very hard to take if the Russians do decide to take it. I can't see them not wanting to take it because it is so important to control where that oil is. The Ukrainians are going to be able to, if they keep Odessa, they're going to be able to claim a lot of that oil. And I don't think Russia wants to do that. They want to have it for themselves. It's going to be a big deal. Not that they necessarily need the oil. It's that they don't want the European Union to have their hands on this and make them less dependent upon Russian oil. It's a big deal. They want to have that for themselves. They don't want other European countries to have it, namely Ukraine. They want to have that dependence. So this is why Odessa is going to be one of the key cities to take in the coming weeks. So it's definitely something to keep your eye on, but this camera can get quite annoying with that flag blowing. So I've been covering it up for now. The other places you're looking at, Kharkiv, not the best shot for stuff. I don't know if that's one of the crosses that they've been burning people on. That's in the background on that one up in the top left. I don't think so, but kind of I don't know why they have that shot there, why it's so prominent in so many of these camera shots. Kiev, below, down in the bottom right. And I believe also the bottom left as well. It's one of the main streets. Lvivska Street. I don't know if that's Lviv or not. I don't think so. And Kiev, I don't know what building this is, but it's the first time that I've seen it, so I figured to keep it up. Since there's not much action going on that we're seeing in the other places. If you do see a camera, by the way, that does have some action, let me know and I will put it up. But from what we see, there's really not too much action happening on the cameras. All right, let's see what we got. Who are these paid talking heads? Go away. I know, I hear you. Thanks for your opinion, Paul, Sonny. The FRU, yeah. Yeah, I hear you, man. Does the government use acronyms? Sorry, we already mentioned that. The press today is an army with carefully organized weapons, the journalists, its officers, the readers, its soldiers. Exactly. That's what's been going on in the world, isn't it? Invictian, good comment. The reader neither knows nor is supposed to know the purposes for which he is used and the role he is to play. Oswald Spengler, The Decline of the West. I've never read that. It's an interesting quote. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Hypersonics taking out Redditors. I love this timeline. Spicy. Sonic Boom, you agree with that? Yeah, I think that's what that was. Because it looked pretty high up there, for it to go that fast. I got a feeling that's going more than the speed of sound, and that's what's really, really scaring people. Besado, talking about Serbia Strong. Good show, man, says Kernode. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Da Based, yeah. Perfect timing. Go lay down and listen to the rest now. Be well, friends. Good to see you, Tox, man. It's always great to have you here. I think the West is in big trouble. They're going to make it so it is unaffordable to just keep a house going. Got $500 of oil today, and he was filling for just a few minutes. Yes. Yeah, it's... The living costs are going to rise exponentially the more that we decouple ourselves from these Eastern nations. I mean, you can brag about the sanctions till you're blue in the face, but it's hurting us just as much, if not more, than what it's going to do for Russia. For Russia, yeah, it might hurt them more in the short term, but that's provided that they haven't thought about this. I think they've been preparing for this for a very long time. It would be stupid to think that they didn't have a plan to deal with this, and I think they've thought this through, and they've found ways to mitigate these issues. And then when you look at the long run, you see a much less decadent East than what we were looking at over the past 100 years or so. A much more decadent West than what you're seeing post World War II, where U.S. came off as like the sole superpower. So I think in the long run, it's going to hurt us more and more with each sanction that we do. And Zelensky can bark as much as he wants, but at the end of the day, we're hurting ourselves. We just buy into his demands. Just because we don't join the war, we need to do everything else that he says. I think he needs to go get effed, because I'm getting really sick of listening to this guy. Push it. Oh gosh, I just saw the wall of happy birthdays. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, Tasha MM. Have yourself a wrench so that you can pass on links if you like. This is the best version. Oh, for Serbia Strong. Nice. I won't play it a third time for the poor people that are in the chat. F birthdays. I'm living the rest of my life in dog years. Good call, man. Good call. They get more boring as each year passes, huh? Let's pull Zelensky's blue screen and do YouTube videos with it. Yeah. I was thinking about doing like memes with that video. It's so pathetic. So pathetic. Just a sec. Actually, hold on. Can take a look at that now. One moment. Hold on. Let me re-prepare because I got so many tabs open here. It's one of those songs. It's gonna be stuck in my head now for the next. I didn't even mean to play it. It said that there's gonna be an Alex Jones song. It didn't even show up in the mix, but it played that. It was the first one up. I haven't heard it in years either. But yeah, let's look at this. Hold on. Oh goodness. But you can just see how fake I didn't really get into like why I think it's fake, but we can get into it now if you'd like. Let me make a bit big, I guess, because I put it full screen. Man, Instagram resolution sucks, man. I don't know why it does this, but whatever. But you can just see too. Like, look, okay, so he only takes a couple steps, right? And the perspective being outside, like inside, things look a lot bigger than what they do on the outside, right? So as he's taking a few steps, from his proportion outside, he should not be getting this big so fast, okay? Just look at each step. I mean, he's now twice the size at least of what he started. Look. The difference of just a couple steps. There is no way that this is not a green screen. Okay? This looks so fake. And then what he says here, usually on such days, we used to say spring has come. Like he's talking about being outdoors. He's referring to it. Like, does he really expect us to believe that he's out there? And if you go through, like there is no chance that this is like a video shot. There's no movement. There's no wind, right? It looks like they've put a little bit of work into lighting. So it looks like this light up top in the top right is hitting his shoulder. But if it's hitting his shoulder there, then we should be seeing the shadows to reflect that. And we're not seeing that. We would see drag much more over his shoulder on our left side, right? We would see that over here. And in the beginning as well, when he's walking, it's kind of hard to make this out because it's really grainy, but you can see that they've tried to add a shadow to the right, and it just does not work. It just does not work. This guy is is there anything about this guy that's real? Like he's everything about him is fake. That whole I need ammunition, not a ride. There's no evidence that he said that. And this is what makes him like a brave warrior for his people. Like it's just such utter BS fakery. And it's insulting to intelligence, but I think that's part of it too. Someone was mentioning in the comments of that video that I did that they want to see what they can get away with as for what's real. And for the people that don't buy it, they want to flaunt that they can get away with the lies, right? And they want to distort reality like this, right? And I say it's no coincidence, too, that they've been talking about deep fakes on both sides. Because this is, like, we're seeing this, right? If you talk about deep fakes, then this looks more believable, you know? Because it is him actually speaking. I'm pretty sure anyways. I don't think it's fake. But he is clearly shooped into this. And these, oh my gosh. It's just so fake looking. You know, what's he saying here with martial law? Hold on. Working to ensure the support of people's deputies for the innovations. I emphasize this decision is necessary for the defense of the state. Oh, he's talking about martial law. For ensuring normal life during martial law. There is no normal life during martial law. I urge certain MPs not to speculate on this issue as it is for the benefit of our state, not the government or the opposition. We must all work jointly for the sake of our Ukraine. Well, we're all in this together. Let's think about PR after the victory. And another important area of government work is helping Ukrainians who have been forced to flee their homes due to hostilities. This comes off as damage control, to be honest. To everyone who is deprived of home because of the war. We already have the outlines of this program. The first component is financial. State support for all displaced persons. I mean, you're sending them all to Poland. I mean, you're not supporting them. And we have those, we're hearing about how you weren't letting people leave before, except for those 700 that you're bragging about today, where they're temporarily staying. This comes off as damage control, to be honest with you. Is he losing support with his people? Why does he need to talk about this? If everybody supports him, they would understand. But they're probably not doing very well in taking care of people. Maybe this is a part of it too, to have like everybody talking about how it looks fake so that they don't listen to what he's actually saying. Trying to cause a distraction. Anyways, that's enough of this guy. This clown. So what do you guys saying in the chat? We'll have a few more chats and then shit up. Cool Hand Luke says happy birthday. Have yourself a wrench if you'd like to pass on links, stuff like that. Virtual Asylum says, what? They are burning people on crosses, effing barbarians. Yeah, there's videos of them doing that with separatists and Chechens. I've been seeing propaganda where they're doing it with Chechens. I don't know if that's real or not. From what I've heard is that the crucifixion stuff, I can't show that, obviously. I get taken down fast enough. But apparently that's from a few years ago. So I don't know if it's with Chechens. All right. Twitwit says, where are all the Russian jets? We will not be shown that by our side, okay? Because they don't want people to know that Russians have air superiority. This is why I think the Ghost of Kiev was invented. And for those who don't know, that the Ghost of Kiev wasn't just some online thing. It was actually propagated by the Ukrainian Interior Ministry. Okay, they actually posted this Ghost of Kiev hero story as well. And I think the only reason why they would do that, and we know now that it was a bunch of BS. Everybody knows that now, right? But you got to think about why they would do that. And you have to read between the lines when you're looking through the propaganda. They don't just say things just to throw people off necessarily. What you have to ask, why are they throwing people off? And it's to quell people's fears that they aren't being worked over in the skies. That's my opinion. They want people to think that Russia is not, they do not have the superiority at which they actually do. So they make up some BS story about the Ghost of Kiev taking over the skies and downing all these fighters. And for that reason, that same reason, you're not going to see any videos from Ukrainians showing the Russian air superiority, because that's some scary stuff, man. When you know that in your country you're being attacked and your enemy has complete air superiority, that is a scary thing. No wars are won without air superiority these days. Okay, it's probably the most crucial component of a war. You need to control the skies. The one that control the skies are the ones that can drop the bombs. They're the ones that can provide close air support if needed, and that means your army is far more effective. All right, it's not just because I play video games that deal with this stuff that makes it true. This is how the game works. All right, the war works. So if they have air superiority, people should rightfully have reason to fear, and that's why they're never going to talk about or never going to show you Russian jets unless it shows like the bombing and how terrible they are. But even then, you're not going to see nearly as much as what's actually happening because they don't want to scare their public. They don't want to deplete morale, stuff like that. It's all about morale when it comes down to it. Alonzo Hall, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Let's see. Nice Iron Cross T-shirts. Why is he sporting an imam beard? I was thinking about that too, and it gives that rugged look that he's tougher than what he is, and he's not just hiding away in his bunker all the time. Looks like he is getting down and dirty. You know what I mean? And that's why you don't see a clean-shaven face. That's my opinion on that. He's trying to give off the look that he's the tough guy leader. You know, the brave leader. And you know, you have the stubble going. It's not unkempt, or unkept, but it's not clean shaven. It looks like he is much more tougher than what he is. It's got that masculine look to it. That's probably why he's got that going on. I saw Macron had the same thing going on too recently. His entire body is perfectly lit. Yeah. It looks like they tried really hard to make it look real. Okay, it looks like they put work into it, but when you see the angle when he's walking up and you see how much he gets blown up just from a couple steps, you know that he's not outside, because that effect of being outside, everything looks smaller than what it would look like on the inside, right? But they still have the lighting set up so that it almost seems they're trying to make it fit, but it does not work in the end, right? They're just not that good. They, I thought they'd have better teams, that can actually pull that off a little better, but apparently not, right? They're dressing the little weirdo in khaki green so he comes off as militaristic, like he is a brave warrior fighting off evil Putin. Pathetic, yeah. Did you cover that Wally Canadian sniper guy who died in Ukraine? He looked like a CGI character. Test? Yes. Okay, so the reason why I haven't talked about him too much is because that seems like the informational fog of war thing. I can't tell whether this guy even exists or not, to be honest with you. He could very well. I've seen Canadians talk about it, or at least some Canadian smaller newspapers. I've also seen the reports that he died like 30 minutes into battle or something like that, but I couldn't get actual confirmation on both sides on it. So I assume a lot of it has to do with a fog of war kind of propaganda stuff. So for now, I haven't covered it too much. If you have any information on that, let me know. He was covered a lot more with the Chechens. I think that the Chechens seem to be a lot more interested in that story. But I could be wrong on that as well. There's very little information that I can verify when it comes to this Wally guy. For those that don't know, there's apparently a Canadian sniper who's like the best sniper in the world that went to go fight for Ukraine. And one side is saying that he's over there kicking butt, or he's about to kick some butt. And the other side, the Russian side, is stating that he died within 30 minutes of being deployed. So to me, it feels like the ghost of Kiev kind of thing, just like Sawyer's saying. Exactly. Let's see. It is all staged since the presidency of this pedo Biden. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stage stuff. Dragoman Sasson, good to see you, man. Welcome to the channel, and have yourself a wrench if you like to pass on links and stuff like that. He could reach up and change the light bulbs if he was that tall. It just looks, it's so, oh gosh, these glowies. They're not sending their best, guys. They're not sending their best. So they're addressing the little, oh yeah, sorry, I already read that one. My bad. I thought it was from 2014, the crucifixion one. I think you're right, Kate Bush. I think it is actually from 2014. So for those that don't know, there was the Euromaidan revolution that happened. I've been speaking about it a lot, I know. So just long story short, Once they got into power, they started giving out power to all of these like neo-Nazi groups to start quelling any opposition against them. Because the Euromaidan was very EU-centric and very like the Kiev side who wants to join EU as opposed to the eastern side of Ukraine, which wants to stay either with Russia or ties to Russia or keep that old school mentality. They did not like this revolution happening. And this is what has started this war. Make no mistake, it's not just because Putin lost his mind or whatever. The Euromaidan was a coup that made Ukraine more, or it took them away from Russia, or Russia leaning, and it made them more partnered with Europe. And this was the plan from the get-go, okay? The eastern side, they knew that the eastern side wasn't going to put up with that, and what they decided to do was create terrorist campaigns against them. And one could argue definitely that they are doing an ethnic cleansing and trying to create a Russian diaspora back into Russia, push them back so that they can keep all the resources and the land and the territory, but not deal with the Russians. And that's why you have this very brutalist approach from the radicalized groups such as Azov Battalion, Adar Battalion, Dnipro battalions, stuff like that. That's why you're seeing these guys. And one of the things that they were doing was creating very terroristic acts, like crucifying those that were separatists, abducting them, putting them into the torture camps, things like that. If you did not see, we will play this again. Hold on. What do I got here? Not much going on right now. Not much to see here, so we'll just I can go back to these cameras, but there hasn't been anything that's changed since, so just 1 second. We'll pull into it. What else we got to say while that's loading up? Osborne Cox, welcome to the channel. Shakespeare said a long time ago, or long ago, it's a stage, the world's a stage. Yeah, the world is a stage. It had a double meaning to it. I mean, on face value, that play or that poem is more about how we go through stages of our lives, but I think it was also a wink and a nod to the fact that everybody that you see is put there for a reason up on in popular culture, right? So yeah, hold on, let's go library. I think she put me in. No, hold on. Oh wow, this video blew up. The green screen one, 3,000 views. I didn't see that. Oh, these videos are doing pretty well. There's another one that hit 15K. I don't know if I've hit 15K in like 5 years. Is there anything that you guys want to see for the? Because like I'm seeing a lot of the, the faces that I see a lot in the camera, and I see a lot of new people too. Do you guys have any requests for things that you'd like me to focus more on, or maybe do less of? If you have any suggestions right now, would be a great time to do so. And while I do that, I'm going to play this footage here. We don't have to go through all of it, but this is the prison camps. If you guys haven't seen it yet, because this video hasn't done quite as much. The following videos expose the prison camp abandoned by Ukraine's Adar Battalion. It's another neo-Nazi one. In the Russian-speaking Lugansk region of the nation, that's the east, northern part of the east, reports of torture, abuse, and other crimes since 2014 when the post-Euromaidan regime took power are alleged. These videos show that Adar has been supported by the National Endowment for Democracy, which is the CIA front. They say alleged CIA front group, and I guess they want to stay a little bit neutral because you can't prove it. But as soon as the CIA stopped doing their direct operations to influence countries in the area, the National Endowment for Democracy and other groups too, like USAID, there's a whole bunch of them. Open Society Foundation is another big one, but that's more like a little bit more private. But National Endowment for Democracy is much more, I don't know if it's Department of Defense. USAID is Department of Defense, but National Endowment for Democracy has direct ties to the government. And they also mentioned that Lithuanian, Canadian, and British armies are training these people to clear out cities and stuff, or towns and villages and stuff of separatists. So this one right now is going to show basically a concentration camp, if you ask me.
An assault group of the Ukrainian ground forces was stationed here. They turned this former sausage production facility into their base. You can see it's very well fortified. And I say notorious because Amnesty International and the OSCE repeatedly reported numerous human rights violations by the members of this group, and UN has reported dozens of criminal investigations into their activities with charges including abduction, kidnapping, brutal behavior, sexual violence. And these people were Kiev's official representatives on the ground. We are the first journalists entering this base. This place looks like a real fortress. But Aidar didn't have a chance to test it. They'd left the base before the Lugansk Republic Army got even close to the town. This is where Aidar members were sleeping, and we can see it's burned here. We were told that this is what they did while leaving, not to leave behind any proof of their activity. And we cannot go any further because we were told again that it could be mined. And again, we are the first journalists working on the ground, so this area was not cleared yet.
So, I mean, it wasn't bombed. It obviously wasn't bombed. It was burned. Okay, so why would they burn it? What are they trying to remove there? Any evidence, DNA, stuff like that? You know, it wasn't Russians bombing the place, because it would be in much worse shape than this. There's no residential areas. I found it on the map, actually. It's just south of this place, Polovinko, or Polovinkino. And there's no real houses around the area. It's an industrial or like a light industrial area. So they didn't have to worry about any people aside from prisoners. They didn't bomb the place. So they obviously torched this on the way out in order to destroy evidence.
Wow, that is a very heavy door. We enter the main building on the territory. This is where sausages were manufactured before Aidar occupied this place back in 2014. It's clear it had nothing to do with meat production. In what used to be a big smoking department for the meat to be dried and cured, there is a bale of hay and some dirty clothes in the rooms a floor below that could be seen through a metal grid in the floor.
So people were living down there.
Officials believe,
like they put people down, prisoners, right? This is a friggin' dungeon.
Aidar members used it as their secret prison.
The Ukrainian media confirmed this. They have numerous recordings. There's footage from there. We received testimony from people who were held there. One woman was kept there for 58 days. Another victim was kept for
down there for almost 2 months.
38 days. There were acts of torture, beatings. Such horrors are hard to imagine in 2022.
There are many videos that appear to show Aidar members being trained by instructors from NATO countries. And here is more data pointing at the group's possible connections with the West. This is what was found, among other things, here at the Aidar battalion base, a very interesting piece of literature titled Tutorial for Participants of Russian-Ukrainian War. It was published in 2021. It actually says that it was republished last year, so apparently there was a previous version of this book. Ukraine's defense ministry is among publishers, but here we see something more interesting. National Endowment for Democracy.
Okay, let's get into this actually, the National Endowment for Democracy. Let's go Brave, or no, hold on, search, Brave. I gotta remember, oh, why didn't it just let me do that? National Endowment for Democracy. That first thing that shows up, CIA. I've never looked it up on Brave Search before, but that's the first thing that shows up. There's a reason for it. We don't need to go to the name one. Let's say ProPublica. I'm not sure who runs ProPublica, but they mentioned the CIA. ProPublica's characterization of the NAD in its video report is crude, erroneous, and irresponsible. Here's what it says. The National Endowment for Democracy was established by Congress, in effect, to take over the CIA's covert propaganda effort, but unlike the CIA, the NED promotes U.S. policy and interests openly. In the first place, NED was not established by Congress, but is privately incorporated 501c3 organization. Oh, big deal, right? So partnered. This is like the difference between communism and fascism. Right, instead of being like completely taken over by the government, they just they're married to the government. Right, that's what 501c3 means. It's right, you're getting authorized funding for it. The NED Act, the government act adopted in 1983, simply authorized funding for it. Oh, we don't own it, we just fund it. Second, the charge that NED was established to take over CIA's covert propaganda efforts is ludicrous and totally unfounded. This kind of reckless and irresponsible name-calling, this conspiracy theory stuff, confined to the political fringe. The NED is a grant-making institution and doesn't engage in any kind of propaganda. And the implication that it has a relationship with the CIA is not only utterly false, but without a shred of evidence to back it up. Well, I think we do now. Yeah. I think that you probably did a long time ago. You're just not going to talk about it, right? It's pretty obvious what these guys do. Let's see. And third, the claim that NED promotes U.S. policy is demonstrably false. The NED is a bipartisan organization with a single mission: the promotion of democracy around the world. Oh, that's what this is it? Yeah. Okay. The war against Russian-speaking places. Okay. Yeah. All right. It does not and never has taken positions on U.S. foreign policy. Okay. And it even eschews publishing articles on U.S. policy in its Journal of Democracy. ProPublica could easily have ascertained this elementary attribute of the NED, and its failure to do so is inexcusable. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we get a little bit better here. I don't want to go to something that's too pro. Oh yeah, here we go. The National Endowment for Democracy stands in unity and solidarity with Ukraine. The NED, it even sounds nefarious, to be honest, deletes records of funding projects in Ukraine. March 8th, 2022. Deletion needed to preserve big lie of an unprovoked Russian invasion. Whoa, what is this that we just found here, folks? I don't know how MR Online. I don't know who does this, but we can at least read what it says. The National Endowment for Democracy, a CIA offshoot founded in the early 1980s to advance quote-unquote democracy promotion initiatives around the world, has deleted all records of funding projects in Ukraine from their searchable awarded grant search database. The archive webpage captured February 25th, so it's been up as late as the 25th. I don't know, when was the date of was it the 26th of February was when they started to invade? No, the 24th. So they took it down the next day. From 1453 shows that the NED granted $22 million, or just over $22 million, in the form of 334 awards to Ukraine between 2014 to the present. How big is this? You can read this, right? All right. The capture at 2310, the same day, shows no results found for Ukraine. As of right now, there are still no results found for Ukraine. Searching using Ukraine as a keyword yields no results found. Searching for the titles of the funded projects listed in the last intact web capture yields no results. Additionally, the current database search criteria have been restricted. Previously, funding from 2014 to present could be searched. Currently, only 2017 to present is searchable per the drop-down menus. And remember, these crucial years from 2014 to 2016 is when the Euromaidan happened, okay? And they were a big part in that. And then the subsequent actions, such as training these people in these illegal camps. Now, this grant search I don't know how much that we can get into this at the moment. However, for example, just real quick, strengthening the capacity of internally displaced people groups' right to protection, conflict resolution is the project focus, to strengthen the institutional capacity and civic activism of IDP groups in central and eastern Ukraine. I think IDP has to do with housing, like displaced people, so housing them. From the eastern part of the country to develop their initiatives into functional, sustainable, and more professional civil society organizations. The project will also provide small grants to these groups, kind of like maybe funding these camps, right? Because they displace them from their homes and they give them nice warm places to sleep, like down in a dungeon, right? And then give them manuals on how to do this. Is that what's going on here? Is that what's going on? Let me give you the link for this if you guys want to continue research, because we will move into other things, but that is certainly something to look into. And the archive for search is in this. So you can check that for yourself. It's in the capture part right here. So the erasure of NEDs, let's get into validating the quote-unquote big lie. The erasure of NED's records is necessary to validate the Biden administration's big lie echoed in the media that the Russian invasion of Ukraine was unprovoked. In a recent statement of I got another thing to show you after this, by the way. In the recent statement of solidarity with Ukraine, the NED acknowledged that it had been a proud partner of Ukraine's civil society groups, media outlets, and human rights defenders since 1989, before the Ukrainian people declared independence in 1991, as they have confronted enormous challenges in building an independent and free country. NED President Dwayne Wilson admitted at an NED forum on Ukraine on March 4th that Ukraine was NED's fourth largest grant-making program around the world. And they're in a whole bunch of countries, folks. So that's saying something. Wilson said that the endowment is proud that we have had Ukraine as a major partner since 1989, before independence, supporting Ukrainian civil society organizations. So they probably had a big say into how that constitution of the independent Ukraine was launched, which, once again, like I said before, made sure that all citizens could be viewed as combatants or officers in their army. So they can pull them into the war anytime that something like a Russian war breaks out. I should prepare something about that. I got to figure out where I found that before. But it was basically talking about when they became independent, that they would be called as combatants in a war if war ever broke out against Russia. This war that has been in the making since their independence for 30 years now. They saw this coming and they positioned themselves for this to happen. This is all written in stone from a very long time. And I bet you these glowies definitely had something to do with it. I'm gonna watch my mouth. Dwayne Wilson is a guy to look up too, hey. The NED's anti-Russian agenda was detailed by one of the speakers on the March 4th forum, Olha Ivagursky, who said that a lot of her work with an NED-funded NGO focused on documenting Russian war crimes. Neglected was Ukrainian army war crimes, whose scale is detailed in a new RT News documentaries, Donbass, Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow. It includes footage of excavation of mass grave sites in Donbass, where neo-Nazi militias attached to the Ukrainian army massacred and then buried hundreds of civilians. You can find that online as well. I obviously can't show it here. I probably can't even click on this at the moment, but it is in that article that I just gave you. The NED, however, is committed to advancing the cartoonish narrative depicting Ukraine as a valiant David fighting the evil Russian bear. And that it does have that feeling too, doesn't it? Like Zelensky is I think even someone said it in chat earlier, it makes him look like David versus Goliath. And when you look at it, Russia versus Globo Homo, it's kind of the other way around. The NED played a pivotal role in helping to trigger the conflict with Russia by supporting two color revolutions directed against Ukraine's pro-Russian leader, Viktor Yanukovych. By the way, I heard that he's got some ties. He was like the head of a Freemasonic chapter. in Ukraine. So that's another thing to look into. This is definitely a two-headed eagle, for sure. But that being said, this is the face value conflict that we see, so we'll continue on with that. A potential successor to Vladimir Zelensky if Russia wins. Yeah, he might come back. And the Ukraine on Fire, I believe it does do a lot of interviews with him. It's another interesting part of it to hear his side of the story. The 2004 color revolution, not the 14, replaced... Oh, wait, no, it's a typo, sorry. 2014 color revolution replaced Yanukovych with Viktor Yushchenko. Oh, no, I apologize. My apologies. This was from 2004, who favor admitting Ukraine to NATO and adopted an International Monetary Fund structural adjustment program that benefited U.S. investors while cutting social programs. NED activists employed a broad public relations strategy that included busing paid out-of-town protesters into Kiev. Where have we seen that before? Do you remember the BLM riots? We saw these people getting bussed from like Washington and Oregon into Kenosha, right? Creating an online TV protest station and agitation paraphernalia. If you guys saw the video that I did where it showed that guy talking about the extermination of people in Donbass, that channel starts with an H. I can't pronounce it. But that was one of 4 stations that were funded by groups like the NED. C, providing offshore funding to the anti-Yanukovych student leadership. And they made it look like this grassroots student movement at the beginning, this peaceful grassroots student movement. The strategy was based on the writings of Gene Sharp and a template that the NED had successfully employed in Serbia with a youth group called Otpor, which helped secure the defeat of socialist Slobodan Milosevic. And if you guys are old enough to remember that, in the 2000 elections, he was tried for war crimes at The Hague. I got a feeling that what we were told on that might be a load of BS as well. So anyways, we'll leave it at that for here. This is a very interesting one. It does seem like it is maybe an offshoot of RT or something like that. Covert Action Magazine, MR Online. I've never read MR Online, but this seems like a very, very juicy group of links here that you guys should check in. I'll certainly be looking more into this. But the NED is something really interesting. So they delete all their records of funding projects, but you can still find them all right here. All right here. Look at this. Promoting civic activism among youth. 2020, the Lviv Education Foundation. Supporting independent, quote-unquote, regional media. Oh, yeah. Strengthening civil society in southern Ukraine. NGO strengthening. Fostering youth activism in eastern Ukraine. More NGO strengthening to promote youth activism and civic engagement in the eastern city of Dnipro. That is, it's not really east. It's more center east. They haven't taken over Dnipro yet, although apparently they have been starting the bombings there. This is just, I believe it's to the north of Zaporozhye and Mariupol in that area. And actually, Dnipro is where Igor Kolomoisky was based out of. His soccer team that he owned was Dnipro FC. Sorry, I was dealing with the kitty. And that is where his headquarters for Privatbank was, if I'm not mistaken. What else do we got here? This is juicy stuff, man. Juicy. Promote youth activism in central Ukraine, Vinnytsia, which is like, I think, to the northwest of Kherson, or Kherson, or whatever you want to pronounce it. This area is like on its way to Kiev and Lviv from the southern part. Supporting a new generation of political leaders in Ukraine. Oh yeah, some youth global leaders, right? Fostering independent media in the Donbass. Okay, independent media by some GLOW organization. Oh yeah, it's going to be real independent. The grantee, this is from 2016, by the way, which was around the same time that they've removed the stations that were pro-Russian. The grantee will produce daily reports on social and political developments in the Luhansk, Donetsk, and Dnipro region. Remember Lugansk, sorry, and Donetsk. That's the Donbass region. That's the place where the ethnic cleansing was occurring, and where that Lugansk was where that prison camp that we just looked at. That's where that's from. It will establish a press club and hold at least 50 public events, including discussions, press conferences, and trainings to address local issues and strengthen the skills of local civic activists and journalists. So they want to combat any pro-Russian or separatist movements with this stuff, right? With this propaganda. Make no mistake, because that's what this is. It's not independent at all. When some glowy NGO talks about independence, independent media, it means about their propaganda, right? Promoting freedom of expression in eastern Ukraine. That's not what we hear from the Russian-speaking people in eastern Ukraine. There's no freedom of expression. You don't speak out, or else you get pulled out of your home and put into one of these illegal prison camps. That's what happens, right? If you keep going through this video, you can check. If you want to read more on this, we won't go through the 15 minutes here today, but it is on my channel. It's called Ukraine's Illegal Prison Camp Exposed After 8 Years. I have a compilation of a few different videos, not just from RT, but from another place as well. But they go further in depth into how people were treated and why they were pulled out of their homes. They had a few people speak out about it. And this just goes on and on and on. I might do a video on this. This is crazy. And they pulled it. This can no longer be found on their website for the NAD. Why would they pull it? Why would they pull it? Unbelievable. What do you guys think of this stuff? So they found the mass graves? Yes, they did find mass graves. You can find that on RT. In that video or that website that I just linked, they have a link to it. I can't click on it. Oh, it is a YouTube. Screw it. So they link to a DW, which is German. I think it's Deutsche World or something like that. I don't know where they show these graves. It's an hour long. We're obviously not going to go through that today. But I've also seen on RT and other places like that, I've seen the mass graves, like them digging up those bodies. It's definitely on the internet. If you want to look that up, it's definitely there. You will find it, I promise. I have seen it. I don't know if it's going to be on this video, because honestly it was gruesome stuff, like, you know, exhumed bodies, right? So it's not good. But on Odyssey or BitChute, I'm pretty sure that's where I found it. You will find this stuff. Yeah, you will find this stuff indeed. Tasha MM says, I've been a subscriber since the volcanoes videos. Oh, cool, man. I missed that. Do you know that it's still kind of active over there? Like TV La Palma is still producing stuff on it. And there's still smoke coming out of that. It's obviously not going like crazy as before, but yeah, it's still kind of active. It probably won't pick up again. It's just how the nature of how it works. The pressure's been mostly released, but there's still some activity at La Palma, and they're still digging out. Like that place is screwed, man. It's really sad to see those poor people. Like that was the worst eruption since recorded history for them. Yeah. Political Cesspool interviewed an American that lives in Russia. The interview should be posted there later this week. Don't look at it now during the stream. YouTube may not like it. They are on PC. Sure, man. I don't see the link for it, Dragon Man Assassin. Let me know if you try to post a link, and I will. I'll let you know if it's up there. Just see if, or ask someone if they can see it as I go through this chat. I don't want to miss out on the chat. We're going to probably clue up in the next half hour or so. I just want to go through the rest of it. You're doing a very good job, Gordon says. Yeah, just guys, let me know if there's anything else that you want me to cover when it comes to this stuff. If you think I'm missing something, let me know. Virtual Asylum has a video on BitChute. I made a video if anyone wants to check it out. I can throw it on. or if it, as long as it's like pertinent. Oh, look at this. It has been marked as not safe for life. What does that mean? The video contains graphic content that most people will find upsetting and is recommended. Okay, so if BitChute is limiting the access, then I should probably veer away from that. But thank you very much for passing the link. Anybody that wants to go into that, you're more than welcome to do so. What's it about? Let me know. If they degraded the genome of a specific group to say they're altering their genome with a patent DNA strand, they make you their property and no longer 100% human, thus not eligible for human rights. Ooh. I've never thought about it that way. I guess we're talking about DNA altering jab juice stuff. Guess that's what you mean. China Criminal Communist Party is using this Ukrainian denazification to transform Russia into the next North Korea. Watch the end game. Interesting take. Interesting take. Because I'm not buying this denazification thing. That can come back on us because they are trying to radicalize us in many ways. Let me see. What do we got here? Yeah, let's get to this. There's two things I wanted to show before we get to the rest of the chat. Hold on. Okay, so the first thing, this is okay. So this video that I have here, we're not going to go through it today, but I want you to see what he is talking about. I want to shill for this channel. It's called The Last American Vagabond. I haven't followed these guys much. It's just because I came across this as I was doing some research on the Azov Battalion and other radicalized groups. And I looked up like Azov Battalion CIA, and I came up with this, and this was packed full of information. Dude speaks super fast too, and like it's 3 hours of just nonstop research. Look at the, I don't know how well you can see this, but look at the tabs that this guy has. Like you can see mine, I'm pretty sure at the moment. I have like 8 tabs or 9 tabs up. The other one that I had about 15 tabs. This dude has like 50 tabs, and he said that this was a slow day for him. And he goes through all of it. I don't know how he remembers all of this stuff. He can't see any of the titles or anything, but he is just jam-packed with information. And look what he shows. You gotta see this. Robert Rundo, a muscly leader of California-based white supremacist group that refers to itself as the premier MMA club of the alt-right, unleashed a barrage of punches against his opponent. But Rundo, a 28-year-old Huntington Beach resident who would be charged and arrested in October over a series of violent attacks in his hometown Berkeley and San Bernardino in 2017, wasn't fighting on American streets. 2017, what happened there? The Battle of Berkeley? Is this what's going on here? It was April 27th, and Rundo, whose Rise Above movement has been described by ProPublica as explicitly violent, ProPublica we were just going into, was swinging glove fists at a Ukrainian contender in a cage ring of a fight club associated with the far-right ultra-nationalist Azov group in Kiev, or Kyiv, as they spell it there. I can't Kyiv. I don't mean to take away from the significance of this. Do you see what this is talking about, right? The Rise Above movement was found, if I'm not mistaken, they were in Charlottesville. I think this video goes through the connections very well, that what we're seeing here is that this Unite the Right stuff with all their tiki torches, it was a copy and paste movement. All this propaganda that led to the radicalization of Ukraine has now been turned on American streets. The Unite the Right was not just some right-wing grassroots movement, but it was a CIA or an offshoot or whatever you want to call it. This radicalization was a psyop put against the American people. This is on Radio Free Europe, by the way, which is a CIA glow-up. For the Ukrainians, too, the benefits extended outside the ring and marked a step towards legitimizing Azov among its counterparts in the West and set in motion what appears to be its next project, the expansion of its movement abroad. We think globally, which, by the way, I don't know if you know where that's from. That's from UN groups. It's called Think Globally, act locally. Olena Semenyaka, the international secretary for Azov's political wing, the National Corps, told RFERL, Radio Free Europe, in an interview at one of the group's Kiev offices last week. The Rundo fight has received fresh scrutiny following an FBI criminal complaint against him unsealed last month that preceded his arrest. In it, Special Agent Scott Beerworth wrote that Azov's military wing is believed to have participated in training and radicalizing United States-based white supremacy organizations. Washington has armed Ukraine with Javelin anti-tank missile systems and trained its armed forces as they fight Russia-backed separatists in the east. But it has banned arms from going to Azov members and forbidden them from participating in U.S.-led military training because of their far-right ideology. Well, I'm sorry, but that's been proven wrong. But I wouldn't expect the full truth, to come out from Radio Free Europe. What they're doing here is trying to tie U.S. white nationalists or ethnic nationalists to this movement over here. They don't want to expose themselves and what they're doing, but that's been shown. Anyways, moving on, because this is the most important part. It was Azov Semenyaka who hosted Rundo along with fellow American Michael Miselis and Benjamin Daly, RAM members, who participated in last year's Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. That was the backdrop for the death of 32-year-old counter-protester Heather Heyer, or Hayer, whatever. This month in Kiev, she hosted and translated for the American Greg Johnson, a white nationalist who edits the website Countercurrents, which the Southern Poverty Law Center describes as an epicenter of academic white nationalism. Now, ain't that something? Isn't that something? So this video, I'm going to give you the links here now for this. If you got your notepads ready, I'm going to drop this. This video that I'm talking about, the podcast, this came out 2 days ago by The Last American Vagabond. It's 3 hours long, but I promise you, it's worth your time, okay? It's worth your time. It's jam-packed with information. So that is the BitChute for the podcast. And then this right here is this article that I'm from which I'm reading at this moment. Okay, but as you can see, these groups are tethered together. All right. The fact that you see Azov with tiki torches, and the fact that you saw tiki torches in Charlottesville, is not a coincidence. It is because they are rooted together. And remember how they want to talk about how white supremacy was some Russian kind of like Russian infiltration of the United States. That's how they were poising it before, right? Nope. These are the same groups that we are funding and we radicalized. And remember, they say how they have nothing to do with Azov. Oh, they wouldn't do anything with Azov. Well, I haven't looked as much into America and their dealings with Azov, but you can find online Azov City News. Provided they haven't taken this offline yet. For those that have been on the channel earlier this month, we've seen this, but just to remember.
Shoulders with organized far-right militant groups that have, that are very open about it. I mean, you could go right now and view on YouTube their videos of their trainings. They're very forward symbolism. They're not hiding this stuff.
Canadian diplomats and soldiers in Ukraine took an unusual meeting in June of 2018, one that's now coming to light. It was a meeting with one of the paramilitary units raised to fight off the Russian invasion of Ukraine's eastern provinces. One problem. That unit, the Azov Battalion, has been linked to neo-Nazism, and the Canadian military knew.
Велику, могутню і собор.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Canada's been training Nazis, just like in this video. Hold on. We will skip ahead. This is the video that I came out with earlier. Here we go. We'll go to the part where it says it real quick.
И вооружение тоже.
The translation isn't very good here, but it's good enough.
Айдару далеко до Азова. Но обучение мы проходили с иностранцами.
We trained with foreigners at the Yaval training ground. Who did you study with? The Lithuanians taught us. Did you communicate in Russian? Sometimes in Russian, sometimes a translator. Hold up for a sec, sorry. I don't remember exactly where it is. Hold on. Bear with me. We had Lithuanian instructors. As far as I know, other units had Canadians there. So it's not just Azov. It's Adar as well. And others.
Это я насколько знаю, были канадцы.
Канадцы.
Нас учили правильно захватывать дома.
We were taught to capture houses correctly.
Другие там на танках.
Others are there on tanks, others on anti-aircraft guns, on mortar.
Нитках туда пришло не за каких-то там побуждений, а просто
just to earn money. Where'd you get the money from? Because you're not getting it from broke-ass Ukraine.
Я только сегодня увидел, что
Granite, I think, is a mistranslation for the name of a town. I just saw today that Granite was taken. Some place was taken. A grudge against our Adar. So there you are. There you are, right? These same people who were training, and they have a direct connection to the, like, Unite the Right rally and Charlottesville rally. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. So what do you guys think of that? Let me know. And I'll get back to the chat. Sorry, I'm falling behind. Let's see what I'm missing here. Found the mass graves. The vaccine and COVID is said to target, this is all alleged, of course, right? Just to protect my channel. Target different ethnic groups. Caucasians the most and Ashkenazi Jew the least. I've heard something about this. You even say it. The A2 receptors. Apparently, genetically, they have the least amount of these receptors to which the spike protein cleaves. Right? So it does the least amount of damage to those that have the least amount of these A2 receptors. And the ethnic group with the least amount of them, if I'm not mistaken, are Ashkenazim. Yeah, I've heard that too. Actually, this wasn't just from some conspiracy website. This was Kevin McCarran. He's a neuroscientist, and he was going through this in great detail. That's a great guy to check out, by the way. I've shilled for him a couple times here, but you should definitely check him out. I think he's on Raccoon. Oh, can't spell it. No, not Raccoon Whisperer. That's a cool channel too, by the way. It's a chill channel. Actually, just real quick, you gotta see. Look, he feeds raccoons.
Dogs?
What's hot dogs? This is from a.
Okay. Let's get some hot dogs. You
They're
ready?
so cute.
Okay.
Raccoons are so cute. I live in a place where there's no raccoons, so they're like little mystical creatures to me. I'm sure they're total pests to you guys, and probably pretty dangerous, but not to this guy. And so this guy brings out a bucket of hot dogs. I don't know. You guys probably seen him before, but this is from today, and he comes out with a bucket of hot dogs, and this is actually a slow day for him. I've seen times where there's like 20 raccoons chilling.
Tell him to get up here.
And he's like he's like a retired police officer, and this is what he does. He just like comes out with a bucket of hot dogs, and he just feeds them all. There's only a couple today, but there's like, yeah. There's other ones where there's like crap tons of them.
Okay, here's the nighttime, Pete. Male.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
getting mad at
This is
me.
dope. I love it. I can watch this like all day. But yeah, Raccoon Commander is what this channel here. He deletes his videos because he gets into like casual racism and stuff like that. But he talks about COVID and stuff like that, and like, you know, like, and he gets into other things as well. But like, this is all like very much more scientifically based than what you're gonna find in a lot of channels. So he cuts through a lot of the crap that you find on both sides. Like he'll take on the poisoning the well garbage that you'll see, as well as the mainstream narrative. He calls that out too, and he backs it up with science. So definitely something to look into if you are interested in those topics. Let's see. Sky News Australia broke the story a month ago, but the CBC didn't retract the story. They want civil unrest. This is talking about... talking about mass graves they found in Kamloops of Native children. The answer is no. Turned out to be tree roots. Ooh. Canada now has a stain on it because of the vicious lie. And that's all you hear now when you hear Canada and geopolitical issues. Like, everybody brings that up. I'm not totally sold that some of these places don't exist, okay? I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessarily what we're being told. But I think there is definitely abuse that goes on in these places. But I don't think it's this highly politicized version that we keep hearing, okay? I think there's BS on two sides of this. And it's very hard to cut through the middle of it. And they're not trying to find any proof on any of these graves. They just want to keep coming out with new stories of mass graves and bury the next one with the other. Not trying to create any puns or anything like that. But it's a big story, and it's hard to cut through all the information, you know. Let's see. Welcome to the brave new world. Chris Jones says, great stuff so far, Avi, man. It's always great to have you, Chris. Always great to have you, buddy. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. Like, zoink, Scooby. Scoops. They are separatist groups, but did have the interview I mentioned. Oh, the political cesspool. Okay, this is the link that you had there for me? All right, man. Let's get into it. Wee Kitten. Yes. Hello, buddy. Oh, sorry. Maybe this wasn't for me. Sorry, if you want to quote it, let me know it. Sorry if it's not for me. My apologies. If there's something specifically you want me to get into there, Dragonman Assassin, let me know. Autism Mate. Sorry. Kate Bush has a link. Hold on. Oh, another one limited. Sorry, I probably can't touch it. If BitChute wants to limit it, then I don't think I can play it on YouTube. I'm going to have to sign in for next time too, just in case. I can't keep. Rust City. Yes, sir. Stinks the red and black motifs. Oh, yeah. Did you see Christia Freeland hold up the sign with the red and black? Hold on. Let's see if I can find this on Twitter real quick. Christia Freeland. Ukraine scarf. Yeah. This right here. So Chrystia Freeland is the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada and the Finance Minister. She has some shady ties. Her grandfather was a Nazi propagandist, which she tried to hide for a very long time. I thought it was Ukraine. Someone's telling me it was Poland. Could be wrong. But anyways, this is these red and black colors are from the Stefan Bandera, who they consider to be a hero of the nation in Ukraine. Stepan Bandera. All right, so just real quickly, this is Wikipedia, so, but whatever. Stepan Andrievich Bandera was a Ukrainian politician and theorist of the militant wing of the far-right organization of Ukrainian nationalists and leader and ideologist of the Ukrainian ultranationalists, known for his involvement in terrorist activities. Make no mistake, he was working with the Nazis. Anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations. And they even had an award named after him in Ukraine. Hero of Ukraine is his award, and it has been canceled since, but at one point it was. I think they got rid of it. Yanukovych or Yanukovych got rid of it. But they still consider him a hero of the nation. And as you can see, the Allegiant OUNB, this red and black is where this comes from. Flag of the OUNB. And that is this is the scarf that she's holding up right here. Slava Ukraina. Or Ukraini. Casual racism based AF. Oh, dude, that channel is dope for that stuff. It's really fun. It's like he's a good guy, and he doesn't like hate people, but like, and he names names. Let's put it that way. Love James Blackwood. He's originally from Newfoundland. Is he really? Oh, hold on. I got cranky kitties trying to get outside. Just give me 1 second. They were getting a bit feisty. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, he's from Newfoundland, but he lives 2 hours from you, Nova Scotia. Yeah, I knew he was in Nova Scotia. I didn't know he was a Newfie, though. Never doubted any of the abuse went on there, but it is magnified. Yes, I agree with that. I think that if you ask me, they're trying to cover up real crimes by pushing BS. I think that's what's going on there with the indigenous groups, okay? When it comes to the indigenous and Scrosh, when it's with any other group, yes, I agree with that too. I'm sure you've heard of Mount Cashel in Newfoundland. I actually grew up about 5 blocks away from Mount Cashel, and that was a place, there was no natives there, okay? This was all white people. Right, European descent or whatever, and the boys were being abused there for the better part of a century, right, or more. I don't know how long that was going on for. The building looks like it was about 100 years old before it was torn down, and that took I think it was over a decade of inquiries before anything was ever done. It was covered up by Child Protective Services here, or whatever I think called social services at the time. Newspapers covered it up. Everybody covered it up. It just showed how deep the roots of the Catholic Church were here to cover up sex crime with boys. It was for those who don't know, Mount Cashel was a scandal that before Boston and before all the other places, this was the first place, if I'm not mistaken, where sexual abuse was uncovered by the Catholic Church. And it was only just because there was one good judge that heard a call on our open line call-in show on the radio of people calling out for investigations, because the investigations were covered up and pushed under the rug for years. Okay? And it was only because you had one not corrupt judge that heard it and did his own investigation, and this is what he found. And it started uncovering all around the world Catholic child sex abuse. Right? And I find that the timing is immense. All of these groups of the child sex abuses or whatever, of the indigenous and the graves and stuff like that, it all came out at around the same time of, the Pizzagate stuff, right? When people were starting to uncover sexual abuse, specifically with, the Catholic Church, with governments, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, disgusting stuff. I got a feeling that a lot of these groups, these indigenous groups, are wagging the dog, limited hangouts, and it's meant to discredit real investigation, right? Also said, liberal urban areas are the anti-war protesters, but rest of country backs Putin. Yeah. I think also it's not even all that many cities either, right? You do have the urban areas is where you can create spy networks, for lack of a better word, at a much more cost-efficient and lower risk, at a higher risk reduction than in like the smaller towns or whatever. You can get a lot more effectiveness with your spy networks in urban areas. After all your research, do you think the war is more organic NATO versus Russia over resources, geopolitical position, or planned theater to follow COVID, implement CBDCS? Sorry, I don't know that acronym. NWO, both. I think it's been planned. I think it's been planned. I'll still look at it at certain things for face value because things are so compartmentalized that the war could be very real on certain levels for many groups, but that it's been orchestrated for these tensions to fester over time. And they can turn up the heat at certain times when they need it to be turned up. They can turn it down at certain times. You can't convince me that the timing of this wasn't perfect. Like, of all times right now, this is when the war had to start. This is when the invasion had to start, right when people were like had enough of COVID and they were trying to create release valves all over the world for these COVID protests, which are now not forgotten, but the heat is now definitely much less for the powers that be. I think that this is perfect timing for a lot of this. This is part of a well-orchestrated plan that's been in the works for many years. What is the stuff that I've been looking into? Iron Mountain. I think if I go Rockefellers, I should be able to find this real quick. Iron Mountain explaining Agenda 21. I don't know if this documentary is the one that I've been going into, but there was a meeting in this place called the Iron Mountain. And this was a very long time ago. And it shows that this plan has been going on for many decades. Many decades. The Bilderbergs adopted a plan in 1954 to kill us all with silent weapons and quiet wars in furtherance of the planned extinction of mankind, but our claims about this document are not so. The document is actually a literary false flag that the civilian author made to make it look like a leaked document or government document, to make it look like the U.S. government was secretly waging quiet wars against the American people using silent weapons. That's an interesting 2 sentences. Sorry, I'm kind of on the spot here at the moment. Let me see. They're calling this a hoax. Let's see. Oh, this is a comment. Anyways, I'll probably have to do more research just to make sure. It was an interesting theory that's put here. But what this was talking about is having an enemy that we can all get behind without there being a war, right? In order to get people's, like especially with any sort of authoritarianism, you see with China quite a lot, they have to focus on an enemy so that they all unite together rather than complaining about the problems of the government, right? This is part and parcel for any authoritarian regime. You have to have some sort of enemy that everybody can come towards and fight together. And what this posited was that you start creating artificial wars and against invisible enemies, such as maybe a virus, right? Oh, sorry. And that we all come together to fight the demon virus or the demon threat, whatever it is, or the demon climate change, things like this. And if we all focus on this, we can all come together and accept an authoritarian regime for an extended period of time without there being the destruction and devastation that real wars bring forth, right? And this this was a plan that I could see being in the making. Now, this person's saying that the Iron Mountain one's a hoax, but this theory itself, I found particularly interesting, and I can't see that the whole thing being a hoax. Now, I don't know if this one specifically is, but it makes a whole lot of sense to me, because when you look around today and you see that this whole COVID thing, you know, we all had to come together to fight it together, and climate change, we all need to fight it together. All of these things, and as we heard with Zelensky today, or, well, it wasn't today that he did that Congress speech, it was a couple days ago now. Remember, he was all saying we all come together in this, what would he call it? The U24 or G24? No, not G24. It was something, it was like U24. That we all come together as a defensive alliance, a world defensive alliance. They're all pushing towards this world order thing, right? And it seems to be that now climate change, they still have a lot of support for. But if you go for, like, if you go into any video that talks about COVID these days, right? Any mainstream media, they're getting bombed. There's a reason why they took dislikes away on YouTube, because they can't go anywhere without getting ratioed all heck. The only place that they're still safe is like maybe Reddit and Twitter, where it's just filled with bots to support them. But when you have these comment sections on any news YouTube video about COVID, you just see everybody saying enough is enough. They've lost the narrative in most places, except for a couple different strongholds in social media. They've completely lost the narrative. People know that something's up. So for now, right, if they can have a hot war like this, something that everybody can get behind, or at least the majority of people that can get behind, they can still keep some control. And you can see that, like, what's his name, after the State of the Union address, when Biden was talking about the sanctions on Russia, he had a bump in his polling where it was abysmal before, right? Zelensky, going into this war, he was at 23%. They were going to have to do yet another regime change. He was wildly unpopular, even though he got voted in with like 70% of the vote, if we were to believe the votes. He was polling somewhere in the mid-20s, right? And now you see that, well, at least what it looks like on paper, or what they're purporting it or reporting to be, it's up in like the, high 80s or low 90s or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, right? So like everybody's saying, he's just the greatest thing ever, and like he's the hero of the people. I don't know how much people actually believe that in Ukraine, but I would assume pretty safely that his support has risen, at least from the 20% or whatever. So there's a really good way to distract from people, but to regain some trust for these leaders that are taking a beating when it comes to the COOF. They've been trying to push the COOF, and they probably knew that they could only push so far ahead for so long with this agenda before this started happening. So they probably had this ready to go. And that's what I think is going on here. I don't have the video ready right now, but you had Alex Jones somewhere in October. Not that I don't recommend Alex Jones, by the way, and that's not just to cover my butt on YouTube. All right, I don't like Alex Jones. I think he's controlled opposition. I think he's a glowy. I think he's been bought and paid for by Stratfor and oil companies, in my opinion. But there's a reason why, for this reason, for what I just said, why he seems to be right on a lot of things. He gets the cheat sheet on a lot of things. And sometime in October, he was mentioning a war with Ukraine and Russia. If I'm not mistaken, he specifically mentioned those two countries somewhere in February of 2022. And he said that in October. How did he know that? And he said that he knew this from his intelligence sources. And it's because they probably knew exactly when their support would crash from all of these authoritarian moves that they've been making worldwide. At least that's what I think. So I hope that answers your question. Finding Freedom, have you noticed how the Ukrainian coat of arms is the same symbol as the Malaysian Airlines logo? Yes, I have. Yes. Now, I don't know if I noticed that on my own. I saw that in my research. Let's go to MH17. Okay. It's a trident, right? And actually, I got into conspiracy theory right when this went down. One of my first videos, collaborations, was with Press Reset Earth, who I think might be a glowy, to be honest with you. I don't know if he's still online in BitChute, I think. But we talked about this. And I remember talking about this logo. You got the red and you have the dualism of the red and blue, and it's a trident. Now, I mean, it's not exactly like the trident logo of Ukraine. Ukraine trident. This is indeed a trident. I've also heard the argument that this is like a Baphomet logo, which I can kind of see that too. You can see like the head, the eyes, and the horns. And you have, if you get a little bit more deeper into it, these three, the three parts, right? It kind of has the male and female, or the male being the center one, obviously, like a phallus, and you have the curve of a female, right? And it's in between the two curves, right? Which, if you go into Baphomet, like Baphomet is a hermaphroditic figure. Come on. Right? See how the two curves, and you have the straight one, and the fire that comes out here, symbolizing eternal life or eternal development, progression. Right? And you'll notice, you'll have more or less masculine arms, right? Showing like it's definitely not fully female, even though it has clear cut, like female like breasts. Right? And there's a reason for that. He's hermaphroditic. Baphomet is not a male or female, but both. It's a very dualistic kind of thing. Everything about it is dualistic. And it's when you look at that, I mean, it's not the same 100% as that, but when you really start getting into the attributes of both logos, you start seeing the dualistic. And another thing too, remember what the flag of Ukraine is. The blue represents the sky, the gold represents the wheat. So you have the sky on the top, right? Just flag of Ukraine. Right? You have the blue on the top, and you have the yellow on the bottom, and it is a dualistic flag in its very essence. You may not see it at first, but when you look at what it represents, you have the ground on one, below on one, and you have above on the top. And they both, it's not just physically like the colors itself, but what they represent is also as above, so below. Well, maybe not as above, so below, but it shows above and below, whereas it's the same thing here for the Baphomet. The crescent on top, crescent on bottom. It's dualistic. So yeah, great comment. It's an occultic symbol in many different fashions. Early CIA assessment into cooperation with early Wignat groups. Oh man, Wignats glow so bad. They glow so much, man. And like they ruin like what I think to be like a beauty of pride and culture. Now, like as a Christian myself, right? Like we're not to focus on that. There's neither Jew nor Greek, yada yada, right? Traditions of man is against the laws of God, right? But you can still treasure your history, right? And this seeks to destroy that, right? And destroy cohesiveness. It ruins it while pretending to protect it. It's disgusting. So this is who just posted that, by the way. Thanks, Russ City. Appreciate it, man. I won't go into all of it here, but is there an abstract or something like that? Summary of CIA position. The British SS and CIA agree that closely coordinated operations in collaboration with the headquarters of the Ukrainian underground movement are essential. They are not in agreement in which Ukrainian emigre group will best serve as the channel for recruitment of agent and courier teams. It is recognized that operational cooperation with any emigre group has political implications because there is a basic rivalry between the best recruitment pools, namely the CIA-sponsored ZP, is it Zaporozhye, UHVR, and the SS-sponsored Bandera groups, OUN, that's the red and black that we just looked at. CIA takes the position that most operations should be coordinated through the ZP UHVR, the group most acceptable politically to the United States. Is this the ZP UHVR? Is that like the thing that the Azov Battalion has been based off? Under no circumstances will CIA agree to the U.S. support of any Ukrainian group with which the present OUNB leadership, and particularly Stefan Bandera, is associated in a position of prestige or authority. Well, interesting. So this is specifically talking about... Yeah, this is a little bit too deep for me to start up on now because we are going to finish up soon. But, whew, what a drop, man. Thank you, dude. I am definitely going to be reading this when we get off. I fear the COVID thing has driven us into mass psychosis, so we are primed for World War III. Definitely also drives us into economic downfall, which if you look into the radicalization of the 20s, right, and 30s, it didn't just happen in Germany with the reds and the brown shirts. It also happened in USA. Can I find this? Father Coughlin? Is that his name? Yes, sir. He was a Jesuit priest. Can I find... Yeah, I got enough here anyways. I got enough here for him. Charles Edward Coughlin, commonly known as Father Coughlin or the radio priest, was a Canadian, of course, friggin' Leaf every time, Canadian-American Roman Catholic priest, more specifically a Jesuit priest, by the way, who was based in the United States near Detroit. He was the founding priest of the National Shrine of the Little Flower Church. Oh, man. Remember when Jesuits used to build, like, really nice stuff? Right? Why is it always so... It gets uglier over the years. They don't improve. They just degenerate. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? Everything they touch, they turn into degenerate crap. He was one of the first political leaders to use radio to reach a mass audience. Not just religious leaders, but political leaders. During the 1930s, an estimated 30 million listeners tuned into his weekly broadcast. Okay, so I don't want to get too far into this, but if you look into him, look what he established. He established a political organization called the National Union for what? For Social Justice. Okay, and the reason why he was able to garner so much attention with this social justice platform, even though he was a right-winger, by the way, he was, as you can see, he supported some of the fascist policies of Adolf Hitler, even though I retract what I said, they're more, in my opinion, more left-wing than a right-winger. But he supported Hitler, Mussolini, Hirohito, right? It was fascist stuff that he was into under the name social justice. Social justice is not communist, okay? It is a fascist socialist thing, all right? And he also hinted at attacks on Jewish bankers. And the reason why this was able to take off so much is because there was just a depression in the 20s. Okay? And people were downtrodden, and he used that. He used that despair that was happening in America in order to be one side of the radicalization of Americans. And he worked with the German-American Bund, and he recruited a lot of American Nazis. The more that you get into this guy, there's a few, they hide a lot of his stuff. You probably never heard of his name before, even though he was super popular. Okay, super, as you said, 30 million listeners back then. That's no small amount. Most people couldn't afford a radio. Well, no, that's not true. But, not everybody could afford a radio. And he had 30 million listeners in the 30s in America, right? Well over 1/10 of the audience of America, right? And he was able to capture these people's minds and start radicalizing them over time and recruiting for fascist organizations because he played on the economic despair of the people at that time. And I think that's what's going on with COVID right now. We are not looking enough at the economic damage that it's causing. And people are only focusing on, it's a coup, or, it's a jab. At the same time, our economy is going down the chutes. Same thing with this war. This ties into it perfectly. Okay? The sanctions that are going on, everybody is fighting over whether or not Russia or Ukraine is to blame the most, right? And we're not looking at the damage that these sanctions are doing. And it's going to put us into an economic downfall, or it already has started an economic downfall or exacerbated it. And what that causes at the end, the further we go into decline and economic decline and we start feeling the pinch, right? We're going to go into more despair. And with that despair comes radicalization, or the priming to accept radicalization more and more, right? And we're going to see the rise of this stuff happen again. Kind of went off on a tangent there a little bit, but hope that makes sense. Let's see what I'm missing. Problem: Vladimir Putin is a boogeyman. Action: people go crazy afraid of nuclear annihilation. Solution: give one world government absolute power and they'll fix it. So like the Hegelian dialectic. And there is a dialectic going on. That's what I was talking about it before. Dialectics are, problem, reaction, solution is one part, but one of the biggest things is to create the chaos of two opposing views and then trying to come to a synthesis in between, right? As people get more radicalized on each side, which is what they want. They don't care which side necessarily that we pick. They would probably prefer that we stand with Ukraine and global homo and stuff, but they just want us to pick a side and get more radicalized towards it, right? And then go crazy trying to defend our positions, right? And one side will take a hit, right? Like there will be a false flag, huge chemical or nuclear attack or something like that. It'll be blamed likely on Russia. And then we got to stop these Russian supporters and stuff like that. And they come to a consensus that a world power will police our thoughts, right? I think that's what I see at the end of this. Is it's a taming of thought, just like how Jan 6 was like a climax to the divide between the right and the left in many ways in America, right? It ended up being, if you would in any way supported the characters behind Jan 6, then you were a bad person, and that your thought needs to be controlled, right? We willingly give away rights and grant impunity to our tyrant leaders out of fear of the imaginary monster they created for us to fear. Yes. Yeah. Climate change is being used as a tool to enslave us both financially and get us out of our homes and cars. But don't worry, the elite will keep spreading the word from their super yachts. What a joke. Yeah, and they meet in Glasgow, in Rome, in their private jets. Yeah, no problem, right? No problem. And this is where I see, like, if you haven't read 1984 or whatever, all of these, we never see who Big Brother actually is. Nobody actually ever sees Big Brother. He may not even exist, right? And the most that we see is I think O'Brien, right? It's not Brian, the main guy that brings you into room 101. We never see the actual oligarchs. We don't know who they are. We don't know if they truly exist, although it's pretty clear you have like, a select few that's pitting us against each other forever. And we are constricted to our homes. We're not allowed to go out at night, and we're not allowed to even think, our own way and stuff like that. That's what they want for us, right? Easily controlled people that will never know the people at the top. Thanks for the thorough answer. I think you're right. I'll check out the Iron Mountain thing. I haven't seen enough of it yet. It was just the theory itself makes a lot of sense to me. So that person that left that comment, that was actually a really interesting comment that I can't get into right now too much. But yeah, take a look into the Iron Mountain report or something like that. And it could be a hoax. It could be a hoax because you know how like these psyops work. There's multiple levels of it. But the theory itself was quite interesting. Let's see. Let's do a last call because we're getting a little bit past. We're getting up to like 4 hours now, aren't we? Oh, a little past, almost past 4 hours. So yeah, let's do a last call on the comments, and I'll stay as long as there are comments and stuff like that, and we'll finish up soon. In the movie Man of Steel. Oh, sorry. Have you ever seen the movie War of the Worlds from 2005? If you watch a clip where Tom Cruise's children are watching TV, they show the aliens' first strike in Ukraine. This is not a coincidence. It's been a very long time. When it first came out, I saw War of the Worlds. And remember that movie came from the radio broadcast in which people truly believed that there was a strike. I don't know if it was aliens. It might have been the Germans. I don't know. I've never heard the radio broadcast. I know that's what the movie was based on, but it scared the crap out of people that's listening to it because it was so so emotionally striking that people believed that it was true, even though it was just a show, right? And you can't tell me. I bet you there was a psyop behind that. Now that I think about it, so yeah, maybe. I will have to watch that again because, again, it's been so long, and I certainly wasn't a conspiracy theorist when that first came out. Predictive programming, yes, that certainly happens. That's like their modus operandi, right? They have to tell us. That's like how they justify their actions, right? They give us they tell us what they're going to do so that if we don't heed it, it's our fault for not seeing the problem. We're just a bunch of idiots. You know what I mean? And that's the whole satanic thing, actually, is that they have to be you ever hear like they have to be invited, right? Like a vampire needs to be invited into your home, right? That kind of stuff. Like that comes from the occultic thing where you have to accept it, right? It's about you making the choice. And when they give you the predictive programming, they are assuming that you have made that choice. They're making the assumption for you, obviously, but it's how they justify their actions. Well, you're too stupid to recognize it. In the movie Man of Steel from 2013, Zod's ship was shaped like a trident. Also, one of the buses in the battle scene in Chicago says MIA MH370. Oh, interesting. Is that MH370 was the one that got lost outside of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, right? Outbreak, Independence Day, Signs, or even Mars Attacks, Hunt for Red October. Oh, Hunt for Red October was a good movie. Mars Attacks was a fun movie. I know that's not what you're trying to tell me at the moment. Yeah. These are all movies where like we came together despite our differences to fight a common foe. Yeah. In Man of Steel, one of the ship is drilling into the earth from Chicago. The second one is in the Indian Ocean, the same place where Malaysian Airlines MH370 went down. Interesting. I haven't seen Man of Steel. Is it worth the watch? A lot of these movies, like where they put in predictive programming, sometimes they suck. I don't know if that's a good one or not. Red Sunset over Blue Ocean. Interesting. Zoom in on them teats with Baphomet. You can Sega video game alluding takes place 1,000 years in the future after a nuclear war. As in the game, there are modern-day street signs. Background has ruins of destroyed metropolitan cities. Yeah, they do love their dystopian fictions, don't they? Maybe not fiction either. I mean, we see the decadence of the West. There are also cartoon depictions of nuclear bombs with radiation as well as biohazard symbols. Yeah, I mean, how many times do you see, I remember like cartoons were filled with that type of symbolism. It's like, I remember as a kid, like I clearly remember nuclear and biohazard symbols way more than like if I go into the, what was it, WHMIS? The safety, like scientific safety symbols or whatever, like those two I remembered. I couldn't remember any of the other ones because they were already ingrained in my system from watching television. Yeah, just mentioning how like they need to tell us and then we deserve it if we don't do it. Mother Teresa was a total lie too. She was actively trying to exterminate the third world. Yeah, that's a good thing to look up. Search.brave.com. Did you hear about like her convent got busted for sex trafficking? Mother Teresa convent trafficking, sex abuse. NPR.org. Not the best source, but whatever. Late Mother Teresa's order investigated for child trafficking in India. This is 2018. Nuns of the Missionaries of Charity, an order found by Mother Teresa, walk an annual Corpus Christi procession organized on the Feast of Christ King in Kolkata, India. India has ordered its state governments to inspect child care facilities run by the Missionaries of Charity, the Roman Catholic order founded by Mother Teresa, after arrest of a nun and a worker accused of baby trafficking. That's something. I'll leave because we are finishing up, I'll leave the link for you if you want to do some further reading on that. But that is, oh yeah, ain't nothing holy about that group. And if you see the mainstream push that so much, then you got to wonder why. And it's likely not because she's good. It's because they needed people to make her look good to cover some stuff up. Also, too, another thing you want to look into, I know that I just like mentioned Jesuits for everything, but don't underestimate the amount of influence that they had in India, specifically in the area of Goa or Goa. I don't know how to pronounce it properly. But when the Portuguese were sailing around the world, the Jesuits used them as basically the fast track to get to the eastern areas. And Jesuits have always had a very strong representation in India. And it's something that we overlook a lot because Jesuits, it's more South America that we look into and Europe. Even like we talk about like Nagasaki in Japan, I think it's Nagasaki where they owned part of Nagasaki and controlled it for a long time. But in India, it's always been a highly populated area, and they did a lot of work there, and they still have a foothold there. It's huge. So I can only imagine that there's some sort of tie going in there, because wherever there's a Jesuit, there's child trafficking. Finally founded, Lebed. All right, let's take a look. Rock City. Muck Rock. The CIA and Uncle Louis, how alleged Ukrainian war criminal Mykola Lebed ended up publishing agency-funded propaganda in the United States. He was sentenced to death in Poland in 1934. He died in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1998. By various accounts, he was an assassin, a freedom fighter, a terrorist, a hero, a villain, prisoner, refugee, Nazi collaborator, Nazi target, a writer, and a war criminal. Sounds about right. He's kind of like a Eastern European Saddam Hussein kind of thing going on here. mixed with a Nelson Mandela. To the Central Intelligence Agency, which bankrolled his activities for close to half a century, he was known as Uncle Louis. Lebed, sorry, I don't know it. Leaders of organization, okay, so the OUN. All right, okay. Referred to by some as a terrorist group and others as freedom fighters, still today, same thing. The OUN and its subsidiaries were accused not only of political assassinations in Poland, but also of ethnic cleansing in the Ukraine during the mid-20th century. Whoa. Okay, huge article. I probably can't get into it now, but dude, you're giving me some heavy stuff here. Hold on, I still got that other one you gave me. I got some research to do. Bro. Hold on, let me go through just a little bit more, guys. Sorry if I'm missing your messages. Ooh, this is good to see. The OUN split into two factions in 1940. OUNB for loyalists of Stefan Bandera. That's what the B is, okay. And the OUNM for followers of Andrei Melnik. Lebed was the leader of the Bandera group. Both factions of the OUN sided with the Nazis to some extent. Melnik aimed to be friendly with the Nazis in hope that after the war, Ukraine would emerge an independent nation. Bandera was more keen on forcibly creating an ethnically homogenous independent Ukrainian state with himself as the leader of it. Yeah, and that is the basis of like Azov group and a lot of these other groups. Yeah, I remember hearing this ideology, like an ethnically homogenous group. After Lebed escaped, he assumed control of OUNB in western Ukraine, which now operated underground. Eventually, the OUNB dominated the Ukrainian insurgent army, a guerrilla force originally formed in 1942 to engage all political and ethnic enemies, including Germans and Soviets. Eastern Ukrainians later claimed that the Banderas group took over the UPA by assassinating the original leaders. Okay. Hold on. To catch a Nazi. MI6 involvement. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that for now. It looks like I have my research to do here. I can't really get into all of it here today because it is quite large. Again, huge drop. Thanks, man. Dude, it's great to have you here. Great to have you here. That's really great stuff. Thank you very much. Rahm Emanuel said the thing about not letting a good crisis go to waste. Obama cronies. That's Sawyer. Yeah. This is how they operate, right? COVID was the opportunity to build back better. Like that's exactly what we needed, right? Like our economy's in the shitter, so let's just completely transform it to make it even worse, right? To make it less productive, right? Makes no sense. Hello, my dear viewers. I will see you on the next video. Ryan Sib, man, it's been a while. Good to see you. That is a reference to a grifter that was dealing with the volcano in La Palma, for those that are new to the channel. So I just had to read that for old time's sake. Ukraine in the membrane, Ukraine in the brain. Orson Welles broadcast. People even committed suicide, talking about the world of worlds. Yes. Aliens landed and the invasion is in progress. Yeah, and I bet you that was an experiment, huh? Definitely. Orson Welles. Isn't that the guy who... Didn't he confess to being a pedophile? Or am I thinking of a painter? Like Orson Hyde or something. Yeah, I think it was a painter. I don't think... Yeah, no, I think it was a Orson Hyde or something like that. Moving on. Man of Steel is okay. All right. Dragon Man is shilling for this channel. I'm just lightly saying shilling. I'm not.
Good day, everybody, and welcome to another edition.
Ooh, a good map channel. This looks quite accurate. Thanks, man. Well, you guys see it in the chat if you want to take a look into it. Looks like actually a really good... this looks quite balanced, these maps that I'm seeing here. Nice. Thanks, man. When you mention biohazard symbols, I still think of Duke Nukem. Oh, I was really young when I played Duke Nukem. Those 2D side scrollers. Oh, so good. That takes me back, man. Duke Nukem. We're all a bunch of lying dog faced pony soldiers. There's a good interview with this Khazarian Jew talking about stealing non-Jewish children for sex trafficking and making sausage out of them, feeding them to their own parents. Oof. You hear a lot of that. Like, they were really obsessed with that, like Epstein and stuff like that were really big on that. That whole eugenics thing. Like, there was two groups, right? Did you see the Jewish professor that recently made a video talking about how it should be okay to have that with children? No, I didn't see that. I always assert that behind every little hat there's a big round hat or a square hat. Let's put it that way. I always wonder. It feels like they've corrupted the little hats first and foremost. So they always had a nice lightning rod to cover up their own actions, the Vatican, right? And that's not to excuse the actions of, like, say, Jeffrey Epstein and the like that you're mentioning there. But more often than not, I always find a little or a big hat or a square hat behind the little hats. Duke was kind of gay. Was he? I was too young to pick up on that stuff when I played it. I remember playing it on my, like, 386 computer. It's part of the rite of passage. They all get, quote unquote, compromised with a child to ensure they won't split from the group thing. I remember when, like, Alex Jones was mentioned in that stuff, say, almost 10 years ago now. And I thought that was just too far. I thought that was like poisoning the well. But when you start looking up things like the Franklin cover-up and Marc Dutroux in Belgium, and things like that, you start realizing that that's what's going on. And for those that wouldn't willingly go into it, you have something called brownstoning, which is when they do it to people without their knowing. So, like, they dress up a minor, make her look older than what she is, get her to seduce, and they would do this through, like, either, sex slavery or, like, they would do it as, like, a mind control, like an MK Ultra girl, right? And they would seduce powerful people, and after the deed is done, they would say, guess what? She was underage, and this was all videotaped. So now we got you. Right? This is how they do this stuff, right? Everyone hides under a hat. The group is more important than the individual. Well, that's the mantra of this type of programming, be it little hat or square hat, is that it's what's the term? Not just collectivism, utilitarianism. Is that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, right? That's utilitarianism. And you see this hive mind mentality. The spiritual exercises of the Jesuits is huge for that. Huge. That's like the main thing, is that your individual rights are nothing compared to what's needed for your society or group or whatever. And they're trying to make that mainstream now. And I think they're pretty effective in instilling that thus far. Of course, there is a pushback, but it's certainly succeeding in many ways. Like, you know, with Arnold Schwarzenegger, fuck your freedom. Right? They're really pushing it hard. I picked up an extra year in the joint for stomping a... Can I read this? There's someone into a puddle in the yard at Walla Walla. Whoa. All right, well, I'll remember not to mess with you. Oh, I got you. Okay. I don't know how to respond to that. As am I going to get canned just for reading it? But whoa, that's heavy, man. That's heavy. Anything goes at Walla Walla. What is Walla Walla, anyways? Is that like a? Is that in? I feel like it's in Australia. I'm not 100% sure. When will we see Bush Crappy Bear reporting live from Ukraine with an army? Please do it. How's he doing, by the way? Let's take a quick look at him. Bushcraft Bear. Oh, looks like he gave it up. Did he hang up his hat? Yes, he did. It's been 2 weeks since his last confession. Down to 18K, 14K. Yeah, his free ride's over. His free ride's over. On to the next scam. He's going to have to find something else to do. Oh, man. For those that are new to this channel, this guy was the biggest scam artist on the face of the planet. So, like, this earthquake, or sorry, not earthquake. Well, earthquakes as well, but this volcano was going crazy. And then this guy he had like a sizable channel, and it blew up because like he had a good view to it. But it was pretty clear that early on he was contacted by authorities and saying, if you want to keep doing this, you got to play by our rules. So he was only pushing the propaganda at one point after being a little bit of an alarmist at first to get the views. So he was always teetering, being an alarmist while pushing the mainstream narrative in order to stay in operation without having the Sandinistas come after him. So he was balancing this grift while shilling for the authorities. And it came for quite the interesting little case study. And it became one of the people would come specifically just for me to make fun of this guy. I kind of miss those days, man. But yeah, he's really something. Walla Walla, Washington State. Okay, I knew I heard this somewhere. I knew I heard it. Walla Walla. People were talking about it when I was looking at BLM. Yeah, I guessed what you meant, Sawyer, with Como. What was the state? South Africans have a name for it as well. It was interesting. Someone was talking about it earlier. Oh, I forget. It had something to do with a bug. Most are gay, so yeah. I think this child molester, I think there's an element of homosexuality to it, but I don't think we should confuse homosexuality with pedophilia. I think it's this thing where people don't want to grow up and they get a certain amount of power from children, and they justify it by saying like they guide children, right? But it's not, although there is an element of homosexuality to it, I don't think it's just homosexuality. I think there's a bisexuality to it. All right. And don't get me wrong. I still think that there's a strong overlap. But I don't think it is as much as purported to be. And I don't think it's heavily as concentrated on homosexuality as it is this mental disorder where people can't move on. It's very Orphic in that if you look into the mythology of Orpheus, right? He loses his wife. I forget his wife's name or whatever, but he goes through hell and back to save her. And he made a deal with the underlords, or whatever you want to call it, the underworld gods, saying that he could take her back to life after she died, but he's not allowed to look back as she follows him from behind. And he, at the last step, looks back and he loses her a second time. And that pain of that loss, of looking back, he never picked up another woman, but he then instead started becoming a pederast. And he's looked at as the father of pederasty. I know people mention Antonius or Antoninus, whatever his name is, as like the head figure of pederasty. But if you go back further, it's Orpheus. Hold on. Orpheus. And these global homotypes love this guy, by the way. Orpheus is like one of their biggest things. Hold on. Orpheus and Eurydice. There you go. That's the story. Do they have... Oh yeah, of course. Of course they would remove that from the Wikipedia. So they always mention the Eurydice and how that tale is amazingly beautiful and stuff, but they never talk about what he does after. Orpheus and pederasty and pedophile. Orpheus, yeah, there you go, boychat.org. See, they're more open. They'll tell you more about this, right? And that's, I don't know, it's not illegal to look up boychat.org, right? It's just information. They don't give you anything. Yeah, Orpheus was indeed a boy lover. Do they give me Orpheus? There you go. Ovid recounts that Orpheus had abstained from the love of women either because things ended badly for him or because he had sworn to do so. Yet many felt a desire to be joined with the poet, and many grieved at rejection. Indeed, he was the first of the Thracian people to transfer his affection to young boys and enjoy their brief springtime and early flowering this side of manhood. Yeah, it comes, and I find when you look into like how if you listen to like pederasts and pedophiles when they tell their stories or whatever online, or like through interviews and things like that, there's a stem of not growing up, or a loss of power, or it comes from an extreme loss younger. There's something stemming there with that, and they can't develop out of boyhood in their mind, and they are focused their attractions to those that are young. That's like, and I don't think it's necessarily with homosexuality, although it is interesting, the overlap, the prevalence of that overlap, huh? I wonder if trauma affects both of them. Especially in Washington, not charged with a... Yeah. What was the conspiracy angle with regard to the volcanoes? So it wasn't the volcano itself, although there was plenty of the conspiracy theory that they were being set off by somebody. I did not believe that. the conspiracy, I had a conspiracy angle on it, was the way that they were dealing with the disaster. That it was much more mainstream than just some like kooky conspiracy theory nonsense. It was more that rather than spending the money to properly take care of the people on the island, they instead spent the money psychologically controlling them to accept poor treatment and to accept poor compensation, and to accept not being evacuated despite the severe amount of ash and dust that were in the air and the capabilities that they could have had to get them off the island into safety, but instead they chose to save the money because of an extreme amount of corruption on the Canary Islands. That was my conspiracy theory. And they were confirmed because you had them talking about how they were dealing with the psychological and sociological aspects of it and how much they focused on that. And you heard them pushing solidarity all the time, even though you had these people with their the roofs of their houses literally collapsing on them from the weight of the ash and things like that. And just saying everything is fine until that stuff started happening. And then they forced them all to shovel they like mandated that they must shovel their roofs and stuff like that. Like it was sickening the way that the governments were dealing with it. And so they had these shills like Bushcraft Bear push the social narrative that they wanted them to push. So that was my theory on it. I don't even know if you could call it a theory. It was like calling Walmart a conspiracy theory, honestly. They were out in the open in what they were doing. Hurt people. Yeah. They repeat a cycle of abuse. Yeah. Yeah, there's that too. I've heard, and I don't necessarily agree with it, but people were saying straight people produce by consummation. Or not consummation, but procreation. Homosexuals produce by pedophilia. And I don't think I agree with that totally, but there are many stories of how gay people have been kind of raised by an older character. And I don't know if that was like an injected narrative, because you remember when that blew up with Milo Yiannopoulos? When you guys like know about like Milo Glow in the Dark, I think, if I look that up. Yiannopoulos. I gotta conclude this soon. I was on poll earlier and someone, dang it, man. I'm so stupid. I should have found this because remember, okay, so all right. This is interesting. The fall from grace from the right side because he mentioned how he was abused. And he mentioned something like all gays will tell you that they had a form of child abuse, whether they liked it or not, that created them. But Milo seems to have ties to intelligence agencies. Milo Yiannopoulos, I think it was the FBI. I'm not prepared for this, so let's just quickly dive. Like, they've alluded to it, him and Nick Fuentes. Yeah, there's something with the two of these guys. And I'm pretty sure Fuentes got his, he said isn't there some issue with him being possibly a diddler as well? There's something a little off about him anyways. I really don't know. But Milo mentioned specifically about like how he was abused when he was younger and that all gays to an extent have a similar story or something like that. And it's like it's a normal thing and people were just like, no. And that's how he, quote unquote, fell from grace. But it's I got a feeling that Yiannopoulos some sort of MK Ultra intelligence guy, and he's got, you know, that bleach hair. You know, that's a tell. That's often the thing that they do, right? Like that's a mark for these guys. Bleach blonde stuff. Often a sign of MK Ultra. But yeah, that's another topic for another day, because there's a lot to that. Boy love. Sawyer mentioned boycott. No, that boy love or boychat.org. That's not that I'm obviously not promoting it, but if you want to learn about like that culture, they're quite out in the open online. Like they gloat about what they mean or what they believe and stuff like that. So it's a pretty good place to learn about the mentality of them and like the culture. Not, again, I do not condone any of it. Of course, I'm against it. And it's one of like the things that I hate the most. I think that, you know, obviously, but it is very prevalent online. It is a prevalent counterculture, and they're one of the more upfront about these things. So when you're learning about them, you will inevitably come across that website. A lot of the stuff I probably can't read out, but I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of the things being said. He's working for an NGO. Supposedly Milo ain't gay no more. Really? That's interesting. Degradation of values, opposition to nature, psychological warfare by insisting that 2 + 2 is 5. Yeah. He said because he is Catholic, he does not want to be a hypocrite against his faith, but he wouldn't. That's how many Catholic. Well, he can just become a priest. Yes, there's some. I don't trust Milo as far as I can throw him. He's like gas station sushi for me, man. Milo is still gay. I think, yeah, I think once the damage is done, it's there. Unless you like, well, I mean, I can't limit the power of God, of course. I think you can be saved from this lifestyle. And you can deal with your sin. But it's not for me to decide. But there's no, like, being a Catholic, you know, is not the same as being saved. These guys are like the opposite of that. So he's just going to do it. That reminds me, like, I'm a recovering alcoholic, right? It's been a long time. My goodness. Almost 10 years, guys. It'll be 10 years next year. I remember joining the Mormon church because I know that they didn't drink and stuff like that, right? And, you know, I thought these guys, you know, the missionaries, they seem like they kind of had their life together. They don't, by the way. They're messed in the head, to be honest. They're mind controlled. And there's a lot of CIA in with the Mormon church, by the way. And a lot of pedophilia as well. But anyways, it's another story. But I thought that by joining them, I would be able to stop drinking because I would want to be more like them, right? All it did was make me a bigger alcoholic because I had to hide it at certain times. I don't know. I was like 20 something at that point, right? You're striving for it to be a better person, but that's not what saves you, right? To me, it was realizing that I was a piece of garbage, and I was even more of a piece of garbage when I drank, and that it was one of my taproot issues, and that I was not going to be able to solve this on my own, and that I needed to accept that that was my nature, and that the only way I could regenerate from that is to place my faith in God, and more specifically on the sins that I had, that what Jesus died for me for. It was my placing my faith in that finally gave me a humility which I never had. and a gratefulness for which I never had before. And I'm still a piece of garbage. I'm really not a good Christian, to be honest. But my faith has kept me from that. And it's not because I belong to the church and I need to adhere to it. It was once I started realizing how wretched I was, is that I could never be as good as what the Bible taught, what the law taught. I could never just follow that for the sake of following it. I would fail every time. Right? So like when he mentions like, oh, he's going to stop being gay because Catholics said that's bad, even though it's filled with priests that diddle little boys. Right? Do you think that's just a coincidence that we find this everywhere? Like, do you realize, like, wasn't it something like 500,000 boys have, in France alone, have reported child sex abuse from priests since the 70s? Do you think that's just some coincidence? No, it's because we have a bunch of, like, homosexuals that, or maybe not, again, it's not just homosexuals. I shouldn't conflate the two. But we have pedophiles that probably joined the church as a priest because they thought they could live a better life. And it exacerbated the issue because they just tried to cover it up. And look what that happened, right? And not to mention the corruption that will inevitably get to you as a Catholic. Milo is not a Catholic, so he claims to be a Jew, but he was raised Catholic. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I've heard him say many, unless he like converted or something like that since the last time I went up on him. Political views, controversy. He is described as a practicing Roman Catholic, but has also said that he is Jewish, states his maternal grandmother was Jewish. Yiannopoulos lived with his paternal grandfather, whose surname he later adopted. Yeah, but he does call himself a Catholic. He does. I remember, unless something has changed since. He's quite a bright guy. He's not dumb, but I do think that he is an MK Ultra guy. I really do. He's like 100 shades. When you listen to him talk about himself, you're just like, he's so conflicted internally. So conflicted internally. It's crazy, actually. Like split apart even listening to him. It's changed since. Oh, I'm listening to myself here. He's quite a bright guy. He's not dumb, but I do think that. Ooh, my bad. I didn't mean to turn that on. He's trying to normalize Catholicism. Yes, yeah, and I don't believe and you know who's another one that's like that? Lauren Southern. She'll never admit that she's Catholic, but when you go in through her stuff, you can hear her she's ecumenical, right? And she'll like bring up like Calvinist issues and stuff like that, but she's a Catholic, and she's a covert Catholic. Go into her talks about the natives and stuff like that. She is defending the Catholics there. Go in and try and mention Catholicism in her chat room, or sorry, comment section, and you'll get the shills in there, because that's what that operation is. It's trying to normalize Catholicism as just another a little bit weirder branch of Christianity, but it's all the same. There's some ecumenical movement going on, a politically ecumenical movement that started or at least was ramped up in that 2015, 2016 Trump era. And there was a whole bunch of them that popped up out of nowhere, right, to create this society. And you see it culminate. What's a good example? Right Side Broadcasting Network. They have that Father Frank Pavone, right? And he's pushing Catholicism. Well, obviously, he's a father, right? And there's like a whole bunch of Baptists and stuff in with him as well, but they all accept the Catholic. Yeah, okay. You can't tell me that this isn't a Jesuit glow up. Congrats on staying sober. Got 6 years off HA, man. Good stuff. Praise God. Moonshine cures alcoholism. Oh, gosh. All right, guys, I'll probably finish this up. Last couple comments. It's an aspect for our shadow, according to the philosophy. Oh, sorry. Drug use is a symptom of the problem. Yes, it is. Yeah. It's an aspect of our shadow, according to the philosophy of Carl Jung. Jung's got his issues, too. He was an occultist, if I'm not mistaken. Because he's the one that the political compass thing was based on. Or no, sorry, not political compass. You know those personality quadrants that we see now online with like everybody wants to be an INTJ or whatever. He was the one that did that too. And you look at that as very dualistic, and it's boxing people into certain things. Yeah, he's got his issues. Not trying to like completely dismiss the things that he said, because it doesn't mean that everything was wrong. It's just I saw a lot of talk about him, and I was surprised to hear what I found. I know many preachers are pedos or as pedos. Yeah. 5% of priests are molesters, I heard. Very possible. We'll probably never know the true amount. They cover up so many. But yeah, I think I did hear that number. He lies, MK Ultra. I think that's probably, yeah, you can't really trust anything that he says. Secret library in the Vatican. What the heck is even in there? So like, even if you have access to it, you can only immediately request texts, and you can only request so many. And if what you're looking for isn't in there, you're screwed. Like you'll be lucky to, even if you have access, you'll be lucky to ever find what you're looking for. And what is in there? The totality of knowledge since the days of the Roman Empire. And so if you look into the Praetorian Guards of the Emperor, I think it's Praetorian Guards, they knew how to infiltrate societies they were like secret police, right? They were probably it goes back to Babylon or whatever, but they really honed in on how to infiltrate societies, find rebels, and how to quash them. And they had very elite tactics into dragging out or entrapping potential rebellious people. And they had many different tactics to do that. So you have all of that knowledge from back then. You have all of the history that was hidden since, I guess, as far back as the Caesars at the very least, right? So much stuff. Library of Alexandria, probably times 10. Rome. And I bet you they probably took a lot of this stuff from the Renaissance and brought it there and cached a lot of that. I bet you we really only got so much from the Renaissance. Because you can see the infusion of the Renaissance with Christian Gnosticism. I got a feeling that a lot of the stuff that, because I don't know if the Renaissance kind of started from when Constantinople was being sacked, and before it became Istanbul or whatever, the Ottomans were about to sack Byzantium, Constantinople. Before that happened, they took all the knowledge that they could get from the libraries of Constantinople and brought it to Genoa and Venice and stuff like that. And it was that knowledge that was unlocked for the first time of the Holy Roman Empire. No, not Holy Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire. Once that got to Italy, that started the Renaissance. And the Renaissance posed a significant threat to the church. So they definitely sought to control that as much as possible. So there's probably a lot of esoteric knowledge that they have there, which is the basic for a lot of cults, a basis for a lot of cults, I would say. They probably use that against, the Protestant Reformation. Maybe the burning of the Library of Alexandria was a false flag staged by the Romans to steal that knowledge and secret it away. When did? This is probably going to be the last comment. Alexandria Library burn. When did it burn? Library destroyed. Also, they really don't know, but 48 AD or 641. So before the Renaissance. But according to this part, it could have been before or after the starting of the church in Rome. Well, I guess maybe there was a small church in Rome at that point, 48 AD, but it couldn't have been that big. But in 641, it certainly was. I think the papal state was alive and well at that point. Oh, others believe that Emperor Theodosius burned it in 390 AD. Now, that could be interesting because Theodosius was the one that transformed, well, he was one of the biggest players in the Roman Empire to convert Rome to a Christian state and really set the wheels in motion for the Roman Empire to convert into the Roman Catholic Church. Theodosius is like the biggest name. Everybody mentions Constantine, right? Because of the whole in hoc signo vinces or whatever, and the Maluvian Bridge thing. But Theodosius was really the one that transformed the empire into the church. Once, by the time he was done, that was it. It was folding into the church. Interesting stuff. But this is probably going to conclude it for tonight because we've been at this for way too long. But super, super interesting chat, guys. Thank you very much. Jim CK6Man1, nice channel content. Avidan, I found you looking for Ukraine videos and find your content great. It's great to have you, man. It's been a great chat here tonight. I really enjoyed it, and I will be posting more content on Ukraine and many other things as well. So I want to thank you guys for having a great chat. It's been 5 hours. I couldn't have asked for a better birthday talking about stuff like this. And I'll see you on the next one. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything else. We're good. All right, good. Take care, guys. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.